Copy and. All right. Yeah.
One, two, one, two.
They're gonna go, it's like, put it. Where did the?
This webinar is being transcribed and summarized.
Indians, Yetta Bayam of San Manuel Nation, and the Keach and San Fernando Band of Mission Indians, the Keach Nation, the Coastal Band of Chumash Nation, Gabrielino Tonga Nation, and Gabrielino Tonga Tribe. To learn more about the First People of Los Angeles County, please visit Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at lanac.lacounty.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Green. I'm going to move straight to item number 2, presentation, discussion, and potential action. Continued development of elected county executive recommendations. The ad hoc subcommittee on the elected county executive will present draft recommendations regarding the elected county executive. County Legislative Analyst, and Director of Budget and Management, informed by input received to date for the GRTF's review and discussion. The discussion will also include a presentation regarding the County Legislative Analyst and input from stakeholder groups. First, the task force will receive a presentation from representatives of the Los Angeles County Employees Retirement Association, or LACERA, regarding considerations related to the Measure G governance reforms. Thank you for joining us. I'll now turn the presentation over to Mr. Luis Lugo, Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Stephen Rice, Chief Counsel of LACERA. So good to see you both. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. And again, appreciate the task force welcoming us, Chair Yap and task force members. I know we have about 5 minutes, but I'll try to keep our comments efficient. One of the tasks that we were tasked for the task force, I should say, is responding on the duties as it relates to the elected county executive. But before we do that, we want to really level set who we are as an organization. So I'll be remiss now to just go over LACERA and really our charge collectively for our collective 200,000 members. So if we can go to slide 2, please. As we're pulling up the slide, it should be in your packets. So who we are. So LACERA is an independent public trust. We're an independent government agency established by the 1938 CERL, California Employment Retirement Law. We have 2 governing bodies. We have a board of retirement and a board of investments. And our charge on both boards is to serve all 200,000 members, active, retired, and their beneficiaries, both from the standpoint of paying benefits, but also administering their retiree health care fund. We can go to slide 3, please. A little bit about both of our boards. As I stated, we have 2 boards. Our board of retirement is comprised of 9 voting members, 2 alternates, and a delegate. There's 4 elected members, 4 appointed members by the board of supervisors, and also the county treasurer and tax collector serve as our ex officio. And we also have 2 alternate elected members. The board of investments is comprised of 9 voting members, which includes the treasury tax collector as our ex officio, as well as 4 elected and 4 appointed members. And the electeds represent both retiree as well as general members and safety. And all trustees serve 3-year terms on the board. Next slide, please. And just a bit of the numbers from LACERA, just a couple of highlights here. Assets under management are about 94 billion within our pension trust and also within our OPEB fund, a little over 6 billion. So in totality, we invest, or we have assets under management of about 100 billion in total. And as I stated, over 200,000 members that we support, both active and retirees. Next slide, please. And just in terms of current state, if we can go to slide 5, please. Thank you. And in terms of current state, the way we interact with the county and our collaboration with the county CEO's office, as well as the board of supervisors, we're really bucketed into 3 areas: contributions and funding, benefits and healthcare, and personnel. There's other ad hoc activities, but these are really kind of the 3 pillars. Our pension and OPEB contributions are interacted with, are independently. We have an independent actual evaluation annually, and those contributions are set. And then we interact with the county CEO's office and board of supervisors to get those valuations or approvals of contributions annually. We also have pension liability reports that we engage with the county CEO's office, as well as the board of supervisors. There's OPEB pre-funding that the county, as part of their budgetary process, engages LACERA with. And then lastly is a STAR reserve, which is a supplemental COLA adjustment that we administer on behalf of our retirees that the county has set aside, I think, over 30 years ago in terms of addressing any inflationary concerns. On the benefits and healthcare side, we have the retiree healthcare program that we administer and oversee. We administer that on behalf of the county. And then there's over 77,000 retirees that are under that retiree healthcare program, and it stands at about $1 billion annually. And then also pensionability items that come to the board. We engage collaboratively with our staff in the county in terms of pensionability items around pay for various active county workers. And lastly, personnel classification and positions. While our boards ultimately approved positions and classifications, the Board of Supervisors has has authorization. There was a recent Supreme Court decision around the classification of positions at Lucera, and it clearly spelled out the collaborative and due nature that we engage with the county CEO's office and the county in general. And then lastly, labor agreements, we engage with the county around fringe benefits. So Lucera adopts fringe benefits for our collective employees as part of our engagement with the county. In terms of questions around the recommendations for the elected county CEO, as well as some of the outlined recommendations, for us, our current state, as I stated, we work collaboratively with the county CEO's office. We expect to do the same with the elected county CEO. The points of emphasis, I guess, on the documents that have been prepared is one, the org chart, the reporting structure. I think in one of the drafts that has a reporting structure, Lucera to the elected county executive. And again, I see we're an independent government agency. So I think that's a point of highlight for us and our boards in terms of that reporting structure. And then as you look at the new framework, I think interacting with the new director of budget and management, because a lot of these areas that we interact with operationally, administratively, seem to interact with that new director of budget and management. So that would be kind of more of us navigating kind of current state to future state with respect to that. And then more broadly, I'll finish with, our board's point of focus is right now, I know we understand the focus is the county elected CEO, but more broadly, if there is an appetite among this task force from a recommendation standpoint to increase or expand the boards, there is a statutory nature to that. There has to be legislation and has to be a vote of the people, but we certainly at Lucera want to be in front of mind in terms of having that conversation as the task force goes through their milestones in terms of the Lucera boards. And with that, I know it was 5 minutes, but certainly stand for any questions. And we have our chief counsel here, Steve Rice, that has, again, a deep dive into kind of the legislative and structural nature of our boards and can speak to that. So Chair Yap, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I already see Member Rodarte. So do you want to go ahead and start? And I'm going to timer us just to keep us on timer moments.
Mine's gonna be quick, I promise. I just only have one question. I'm looking at, I understand that the structural changes have to come through legislation, but if you would, do the appointments have to come from the same kind of legislative change?
That's a great question, and I think I'll have our chief counsel.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here to represent Lucera. The method of appointment of appointed trustees is prescribed in statute. The California Constitution also provides that any changes in the composition, number, term, or method of selection of trustees must go to a action by the legislature and then a vote of the electors of the County of Los Angeles. So yes, if there was a change in the method of appointment, that would require that process to be followed.
Okay, so yeah, it'd have to be a charter amendment essentially in the county, right? Through the legislature to ask the voters to change the appointment.
Yeah, in terms of that aspect of the process would be for the county to determine that from our perspective, the important thing is the Constitution requires the legislature to amend SURL, our governing law, and then for the electors of the County of Los Angeles to vote on that change.
Got it. Okay, yeah, and my only question was if you all had any sort of recommendations on reform to those appointments, right? I would defer to my friends from the labor that are represented here on the task force and to you all, because you are the experts in this, right? Much more than most of us. And so if you had recommendations on that, that's what I would like to hear. But if you don't, and you want to kind of leave it the same way, and that's okay for you all, I don't have a problem with that either.
Yeah, appreciate the question. I think for us, the appointment avenue of where our trustees come from is we're kind of agnostic to. I think more importantly, once we have our trustees appointed, is the fiduciary nature that they serve for and that's the other point that I want to reference that may be different than other bodies that you'll have in front of you is while the work that you're doing is consequential to the 10 million residents, our work is really focused on 200,000 members. So it's a very, very singular, narrow focus.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go over to Member Sher.
Yeah,
Marcel stole one of my questions about the appointees, and I appreciate the answer. I think what I would say, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. And my experience with Lacera, not as a Lacera retiree, but as a person who represents participants in the active side, and then also a person who has directed scrutiny of Lacera through actuarial review of some of your work periodically. What I have seen is exceptional performance. And so that's a benefit to the members that we represent. And so you can trust or count that that would be my position. I would ask for a recommendation. I think you were careful on the org chart. And of all people in the room, and myself, I'm familiar with the sensitivity around that today. Is there a preference or an idea about where Lacera should be on the org chart? Or should it not be on the org chart due to its independent nature?
I think, again, we have a strong collaborative nature with the county. We've had for the last 88 years of going on 90 years. So our sensitivity is just, when you see an org chart and the direct line, I think for us, that then takes away from the governing body that really governs Lacera, which is our Board of Retirement and Board of Investment. So maybe kind of a call out on the side, knowing that we still have this collaborative nature.
VIP.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just noting that member Phelps has arrived at 12:40. Welcome. Going to go to member Fazana.
Yes, just curious, is that in the government code, the requirement in terms of going to the voters and the legislature and that whole thing?
The composition of our board is it's provided in the government code, the County Employees Retirement Law of 1937. The requirement, if any changes are to be made, that be acted upon by the legislature and then voted upon by the people, is actually as constitutional dimension. It's in the California Constitution.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? It looks like we have questions. Oh,
I just had a
Professor-
comment when
Sure.
we're done with questions.
I think it looks like, go ahead, member Green.
Okay, great.
Thank you for being here. I just want to recognize and lift up the great work that Lacera does. Mr. Lugo, Mr. Rice, I had the honor of being on the Lacera board for 12 years, and it's incredible the work that you've done, especially seeing that we're close to $100 billion. When I started the board, it was 38 billion. So I just want to lift up and recognize and appreciate the great work you do every day for our members and for all of LA County employees. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you on that note. Thank you so much for being here and all that you do and for answering our questions. I know this is a longer process, so we hope that we'll be able to continue to engage. And if you have any other questions, let us know.
All right, thank you, Chair. Chair Yap, and then task force. We really appreciate you having us.
And on that, thank you so much. No, that was pretty perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'm now going to move us to the County Legislative Analyst Research presentation. Would you like to do, should I? Is Professor Krebs online? Yes, so we do have him on. Yes. Do you want me to? No, that's fine. Welcome, Professor Krebs. Professor Krebs joined, actually, are you joining us from New Mexico or here in California today?
I am joining from New Mexico.
Wonderful, welcome.
Yes.
Maybe a little warmer there than it is here. It's pretty hot here today.
Yes, probably. It's toasty.
We've seen Professor Krebs previously. He has presented information to us before. He is a part of the Loyola Marymount University team and has been working in close collaboration also with the Civitas team and staff for the task force. I believe the presentation today has to do with the legislative analyst. So with that, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, am I going to see the presentation? Okay, great. So yes, as Chair Pro Tem Sadwani just mentioned, I'm going to be presenting on the preliminary report the Los Angeles County Legislative Analyst, designing the CLA to enhance the policymaking capacity of the Board of Supervisors. I am a professor of political science at the University of New Mexico. Next slide, please. I'm also a member of the Center for the Study of LA research team at Loyola Marymount University. Study LA advocates for a better, more equitable Los Angeles through research, student mentorship, and engagement with residents and leaders. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
The Measure G created the position of an independent county legislative analyst who shall provide nonpartisan legislative support and analysis to the Board of Supervisors on county policy issues. The duties of the CLA staff will be defined by the Board of Supervisors, which will also oversee the CLA. The purpose of this report is to provide information on CLA-type offices in other local jurisdictions, as well as in the state of California, and to explore issues regarding cost and the implications of a CLA for executive legislative policy interactions. Next slide, please. So I started this really, and I don't know that the task force has talked about this specifically, but I wanted to put this in here, and I put it in my longer report that you have access to. In general, there are three forms of government at the county level in the United States. There's a county commission, a commission administrator, and a commission elected executive. And under the county commission form, the voters elect the commission, and I use commission interchangeably with board. So board and commission, they're the same in terms of being the legislative body. So voters elect the commission, which has both legislative and executive responsibilities. This form is typically found in smaller rural counties. The commission administrator form, the voters elect the commission of the legislature, which is responsible for lawmaking and oversight, which then appoints an administrator who functions as the chief executive. This is most like council manager systems found in US cities. Now, what Measure G creates in LA County is a commission, again, or board elected executive model with a separation of powers arrangement. Next slide, please. Until the passage of Measure G, Los Angeles County operated according to a hybrid model, a Board of Supervisors commission with both lawmaking and executive powers, along with an appointed administrator executive. So it was a little bit outside the norm for a long time in terms of, the general sort of approach to county forms of government. Measure G has changed that and has moved the county in the direction of a commission elected executive model. One of the risks associated with this type of system is that a strong and separately elected executive, there is the potential for executive dominance because of the information and resource advantages that the executive will have, and that executives almost always have. This institutional challenge is common at the subnational level in the United States, but it varies greatly. So it's critical that a strong CLA be established from the start. Next slide, please. So I want to run through, not in great detail, I think we can go quickly through this. I think you've also seen this before, perhaps, but I wanted just to give you a sense of comparison jurisdictions and how they've organized their independent budget offices, their CLA type offices. They don't always have the same name. As I've presented before to the task force, New York City has an independent budget office. It doesn't report to anyone. It's completely separate. It's charter protected. And so you can see the structure there in terms of how it's laid out. And the boxes can represent individual staff people or collections, groups of staff people working in specific areas. So that gives you a sense of New York's Independent Budget Office, which does the kinds of things in terms of preparing fiscal analyses, revenue forecasts, other kinds of budget, providing information on other budget matters, other policy matters. That's how New York City's office is established. Next slide, please. One of the other comparison cases in my report is the San Diego office of the Independent Budget Analyst. So you can see how it's laid out there. It's in some ways, a much simpler design. The city of San Diego, of course, is much smaller than the city and county of New York. And so the simpler sort of design maybe reflects that. That gives you a sense of the city council appoints the budget analyst, who has a confidential executive assistant, and then other officials and groups of folks report accordingly. Next slide, please. City of Los Angeles, to the extent we can determine, City Council appoints the chief legislative analyst. Reporting to the legislative analyst is an executive office, administrative services, fiscal and budget analysis, legislative policy divisions. All told, we think there are about 49 employees that work in the legislative analyst office. That does not include the sort of admin staff. And so a very sort of simple reporting structure. In all of the cases, except for the independent budget office in New York, all of these cases, the legislative analyst office reports to the legislature. Next slide, please. This shows you Miami-Dade County, which is another comparison case. The cases were selected on the basis of the jurisdictions having a separation of powers arrangement in their governing structure, and also having an independent legislative analyst type office. I know in the last meeting there was a lot of discussion about King County in Washington State. King County has a separation of powers arrangement, but they don't have a separate budget analyst or CLA type office in King County, so it's excluded. Likewise with Cook County in Illinois. In those jurisdictions, the functions are still provided, but they're more diffuse and dispersed between the legislature and the legislative and the executive branch. So Miami-Dade County has an Office of Policy and Budgetary Affairs. There's a director who was appointed by the chair of the commission, the county commission in Miami-Dade County, selects the chair. Then reporting to the chair, of course, are those units and individuals that you see there. So kind of sort of similar structure, perhaps to San Diego or the city of Los Angeles. Next slide, please. And then this is just an example from the California Legislative Analyst's Office. The legislative analyst who presented, Gabriel Pettick, who presented before to the task force. There are two chief deputy legislative analysts that report directly to the legislative analyst, and then administration and support unit that reports directly to the legislative analyst, and then other groupings of staff functions. So the legislative analyst's office in California, they have several groups that are connected to specific policy areas, as you can see there. K through 12 education, higher education, economy, taxes, and labor. condition of state budget, human services and governance, health, developmental services, public safety, environment, transportation. That's how they've set it up. So they have analysts within each of those different units that work as a part of the team of the LAO, which provides support on budget matters and fiscal matters in the state of California, support for the legislature, and they do all sorts of analysis, primarily though around fiscal and budget matters. Next slide, please. In terms of your thinking about just in terms of the structure and staffing, getting an idea for all of this, you see this slide shows you the number of units under the analyst, staffing and reporting for comparison analyst offices, large jurisdictions with separation of power systems. So again, same comparison cases throughout this report. New York City has about 15, and I've said units and individuals because some of the units that are in the org charts are just individuals. So I've labeled this units and individuals, about 15 in New York City, approximately 50 staff. This entity is independent, doesn't report to anyone. It's overseen. There is an oversight body, but it's not reporting to either the council or to the mayor directly. City of San Diego, it's called the Independent Budget Analyst, about 10 units or individuals in the org chart, 17 total staff. They report directly to the city council. The City of LA, of course, has the Chief Legislative Analyst, units and individuals that report directly to the analyst, 4, with approximately 49 staff. They report directly to the council. Miami-Dade County, 6 units and individuals reporting, 6 staff, very small operation. They report directly to the Board of County Commissioners via, this is important, I think, via the chair who appoints the director. And then the state of California, of course, 11 units, individuals that report to the legislative analyst, about 56 staff, 43 professional staff, 13 admin staff, and they report to the state legislature. Next slide, please. This shows you budget figures as best we can determine in New York City, City of San Diego, LA, Miami-Dade, California. In New York City, the budget is $6.4 million. It's a general fund appropriation. It is set by law. It is set at 12.5% of the mayor of New York's Office of Management and Budget. The budget for San Diego, for their independent budget analyst, is $4.7 million. City of Los Angeles, approximately $7.6 million. Miami-Dade County, 1.7, and California, 13 million, which comes from pots of money. Both the House and the Senate, the Assembly and the Senate in California provide funding for the legislative analyst's office equally. And all of those are general fund appropriations. Next slide, please. So in terms of thinking about this, and this is very, imprecise kind of math here in terms of the ranges. I've put this in here to give you kind of a sense of what this costs on an FTE basis to help you think through like what the county legislative analyst might cost. Again, very, very imprecise, but in New York City, the cost per FTE is about $128,000. In the city of San Diego, it's $276 plus. City of Los Angeles, $155 155,000. Miami-Dade, 288,000, roughly. And the state of California, 232,000 per FTE. So the range here is 128,000 to 288,000 per FTE, just to give you a sense, a rough estimate of what this might cost, as far as future dollars for this agency. Next slide, please. I should have perhaps made a stronger point at the beginning of this, that it's my belief, and I think the research supports this clearly, that it's crucial for the new board of supervisors as it exists before an elected executive is chosen, and the future board, which is going to be expanded to 9, of course. It is absolutely critical for the legislature to have a strong legislative analyst operation, a strong office. It is, when we think about the subnational level, there is great variation in terms of the power of legislatures, be it at the county level, the city level, the state level. There's a lot of variation between sort of the institutional power of legislatures versus executives. County presidents, county mayors, county executives, mayors, governors, almost all executives have more power than their legislatures at the subnational level. This is not the case at the national level with the president and the Congress. Obviously, the president is head of the executive branch. It's massive. The Congress, though smaller, has sufficient capacity to gather information and to be an independent branch of government. They don't always exercise that, but they have the capacity to do so. And so I just want to point that out in terms of what the research tells us about these things, and how important it is at the subnational level as a topic for governance system and governance design. In terms of legislative executive interactions, what I think is an important thing to focus on. In jurisdictions with a council manager or commission administrator form of government, the imbalance regarding information is deliberate. So the system is designed to have a professional executive, a professional manager administer the day-to-day affairs of local government. They've got information, and they will have, as a consequence of that arrangement, they've got information advantages. They are appointed, they are responsible, they are professional appointed officials responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs of city government. The legislatures at the city level, the county level, with this kind of governing arrangement, the legislatures are kind of, in effect, a board of directors. They set policy, they oversee, they're not particularly strong policymakers. And so it's by design that that's the case. Legislators and appointed executives generally complement one another, though, in the governing process. We can think of the governing process, again, I'm an academic, so forgive me if this is too much. When we think about the governing process at the local level, one of the major scholars in public administration, James Savara, has basically divided it up into 4 areas: mission, policy, administration, and management. According to the old policy administration dichotomy for the MPA folks out there, the job of mission, creating the mission of the city or the county, that's the job of elected officials. Policy making, the job of elected officials. Administration and management, the job of appointed officials. What we've learned, though, in terms of the research, is that elected officials often get too involved in administration, and administrators often play too strong a role in policy. In some ways, this works out. It's not a terrible thing. It's not ideal, perhaps, but there is a kind of complementary relationship here in most jurisdictions where, the councils will, they have day-to-day interactions with, especially mayors of, say, council manager cities, have day-to-day interactions with the city manager, and they work it out. They facilitate each other's progress on important goals, information sharing, etc., so that they can do their work. In larger, more complex jurisdictions, strong elected executives and legislatures experience more friction, which might produce less cooperation. Large and complex is LA County. And so as we move forward, this is likely. It is not existential, though. I mean, this is a normal part of course, working in any political system and a normal part of working in almost any sort of workplace situation. Next slide, please. So, one of the key issues is information advantages. And again, as I mentioned, in some forms of government at the city county level, that information advantage that redounds to the benefit of the executive, that's on purpose. What we, I think, don't want to see is in a situation where it's not on purpose. We don't want to have systems where the executive is really powerful and the legislature is really weak. That's not ideal in any way, in my judgment. Legislatures are always just sort of, late to the party. They don't have the information that they need. They're often part-time officials. The executives are always full-time. There's real asymmetries there that are detrimental to the governing process. So that first thing is information advantages. The second piece of this in terms of legislative executive interactions is moving forward. How are the analysts going to relate to each other, the analysts that are in the county legislative analyst's office and those that are going to be serving the executive? So that's a second key question. Next slide, please. What the research on this tells us is that when there's conflict between or among analysts, it's over politically contentious issues. And because analysts in the executive office, they have their principle, analysts for the legislature, they have their principle, which is the legislature. And so, when really politically contentious issues might become problematic. I mean, we could anticipate that they would become problematic. Is it automatically going to lead to gridlock as we see at the national level? I don't think so. It's just there may be more pressure on the analysts to kind of advocate for their principles who might have a very strong political opinion about something. Again, in general, the professional staff, what we've learned from the research, is the professional staff on both sides adhere to professional norms. They seek to avoid overt political conflict. They are collegial. And underpinning this collegiality is that each side needs to function effectively. So the incentives to promote cooperation and information sharing are quite strong. Importantly, strong legislative analyst offices significantly reduce executive resource advantages and allow legislatures to make better policy and to bargain more effectively with the executive. We see that not only at the local level, but we see that clearly at the state level. And in California, forever, California's had a very professionalized legislature. And its governor is strong and professionalized, but not all states are like that. In the state of New Mexico, we have a part-time volunteer legislature. They do not get paid, for example. They only, in the last couple of years, received any staffing allotment. They meet infrequently, and so. But the governor is the head of the executive branch, has a large staff, is full-time. And the governor can, has these tremendous advantages over the legislature, who are, again, basically volunteers and show up 30 days or 60 days a year to legislate. That puts them at a significant disadvantage. Now, the legislature has just appropriated money for staff. There's going to be a ballot initiative on the November ballot to change the Constitution to pay legislators. The Constitution says they get zero money. So in terms of legislative professionalism, we think about staffing, and we think about salary, and we think about time and session. The number one thing that my colleagues and I found when studying this in depth is that the most important thing for legislative capacity is staffing. Salary is, salary is necessary. It's fair to pay people. Time in session, longer time in session. You can do more. You can create better. You can create better legislation. But the thing that was most important was the staffing, and that ties right in with the CLA discussion. Next slide, please. The county legislative analyst, in conclusion, the county legislative analyst will not eliminate the information asymmetries that will exist between the branches, but it will reduce significantly the executive's ability to interfere in the legislature's core functions of policymaking and oversight. It will allow the legislature to do these things, and it will limit the power that the executive has over the policymaking and oversight functions of the Board of Supervisors. The need to create a strong and independent CLA office is crucial to ensuring that the board is co-equal and to preserve its legislative and oversight functions. And with that, I will take your questions. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure and an honor to present to you. You do tremendous work. I've observed it from the start, and Godspeed, right? I mean, it's hard, but you guys are doing great. You guys are doing great. I mean, yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Krebs, and thank you for this information. Before we go to discussion with my colleagues, I want to recognize that Member Steele has arrived virtually at 12:55. And then Member Steele, I think we just need you to answer your reason and confirm there's no one over 18 in your room.
Hey everybody, and I would come off camera, but I'm not necessarily camera ready. I'm asking for emergency exception for item 6 for a medical emergency. There is no one over 18 in the room, but I should note that I am at a medical facility, and there will be on occasion the medical professionals who come in and out, but those are the only folks. Yeah. Is there any other things I need to do?
No, that's it. Just let us know if you would like to ask any questions as well.
For sure.
But
I'll
for
make sure I
now-
use the raise hand function and all of that. And just for everybody concerned, I'm good. It's a preventative measure, not necessarily anything catastrophic. So we're good.
Okay, thank you for being here with us. I'm going to go to Member Fazana, then Member Scher, then Member Rodarte. So Member Fazana?
Yes, as one who has long been somewhat skeptical of the power balance of an elected county executive and the legislature, I found the presentation in the paper actually quite interesting. And I think they make collectively an interesting point. Dr. Krebs points out that Major G only really mentions the appointment of the county legislative analyst in one short paragraph, just that the board will appoint one. It doesn't specify anything about staff, the size, or anything to that effect. As he mentions in his paper, is silent on the question of its organizational structure, staffing, and budget. Now, given that we already have a disparity of power that's likely to last at least for a while, given term limits, and given that once the county executive is elected, there could be a significant disagreement on what this office might look like and how big it would be. It seems to me that to address the concerns that are addressed in the paper, that we might need another charter amendment ahead of 2028 to really spell out what this legislative analysis would look like. We've seen multiple models here. These are all kind of new to me. I don't really have a lot of direct experience with this. But with it being a particular control feature to try and balance the power more equitably between the legislative branch of the supervisors with the county executive, it would seem that this is something that maybe could be decided at the same time the county executive is elected. So I only point that out. I'm somewhat concerned by that. I hadn't really thought about what Measure G really says, and says very little other than that there will be one. And I guess it could be only one member at the one extreme. So.
Thank you, Member Fasano. Member Sher?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the report, and I did note that term. I think it was executive dominance that was used during the presentation. And I found that interesting. And I think a lot of our discussions have focused around I think we've artfully used the term separation of powers, but in politics, a lot of the power is not clearly delineated. And I think we're starting to get into that nuance. And I think it's important for us to keep an eye on that. And as we've seen various elements of our government, whether it be the federal government or otherwise, we see that different executives may use that power in different ways. And so we may have an opportunity here to safeguard the interest of the public. I also appreciate this report that it drilled down into the math, ultimately the money. One of my favorite things, I did a quick little workup on it. I took just the average FTE and just used the California jurisdictions and came up with a number. And then I just randomly didn't pick one, John, I picked 50. It's Los Angeles County. And then came up with a first year budget based on FTE from these older budgets, which are probably a couple years old at around 11 million. We could easily see that at 12, 14 or 15 here in the county if that was the number. And again, the work needs to get done. But again, I'll bring up that point where every dollar that's spent on an FTE that isn't a primary service provider to the residents of Los Angeles County detracts from one thing, though admittedly we may gain another area. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sher. I'm going to go to Member Rodarte.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one quick question on the San Diego model, the org chart. Can you just give me a little bit of like a 30-second insight on what the confidential executive assistant, what they do and why they're confidential?
Member Rodarte, I did not look into that as far as what that person does. My hunch is, well, I probably shouldn't offer a hunch, but I can look into that and get back to you, if that's okay.
Hold on, Gary Wyman has something for us.
Yeah, there is such a position in government, so I've had familiarity with that. It's generally like a higher pay grade for an executive secretary type because they deal with confidential information.
Which is like an additional job requirement kind of thing.
Yeah, so that position would be excluded from union representation, for example. And you'll sometimes see that position without necessarily the term confidential executive secretary actually already exists in Los Angeles County. And it would be for non-rep administrative positions where the core functions of that job would normally be handled by a representative employee because their access to essentially management exclusive information exists.
Got it. That makes a ton of sense. Thank you. I'm glad I got clarification on that. I'm just a quick statement. I don't have any more questions. Great report. Thank you. I appreciate kind of the delineation between all of these different entities that have this similar type of office. I really liked the California model. And to Derek Sher's point, we're going to have to look at the cost at the end of the day because I foresee that the legislative analyst Measure G creates that singular office without any kind of expansion on if it includes a team of folks or if it's that one person, but because of the size of the county and the amount of legislation that's going to be coming through with 9 supervisors, I think they're going to need a team. But I would encourage us as we mull through these recommendations that we insist that it be like unbiased. I'm kind of like very similar to what California uses. That would be, at least at this point, kind of what I'm thinking, what that office might look like. Thank you again for the report.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Go to Member Phelps, and then I'm going to go to Member Steele. Member Phelps?
I had a question regarding the staff numbers that were discussed compared with the other jurisdictions. Was it delineated or tagged for which of those jurisdictions have full-time and part-time legislatures? I saw the budget and I think, you know, when I'm looking at this, and I'm looking forward to having this conversation further in the Board Expansion Committee. When I think about this, I'm thinking about how much workload this office is going to get based on the fact that LA County is a full-time legislature. Or is. So is LA City Council. That's why their budgets are larger than the other jurisdictions. So when we look at this budget in our conversation, I hope we can remember to look through it in that lens. I think it's less about population of the jurisdiction, and it's more about how many motions and reports is the CLA going to have to analyze. And we're going to be going from 5 individuals introducing motions to 9. So we're looking at twice the legislative workload. So just to comment there.
Yeah, New York City is definitely full time. San Diego full time. LA full time. Miami-Dade County. As far as the legislature is concerned, I would need to double check that. And of course, California legislature is full time. And I think Member Phelps, you make a great point about this, the demand. The other thing I would add to this, as far as just future thinking through this office, is, you know, and maybe this is just it could be the case down the road that a CLA's office, you know, it's going to require information. It needs information, of course, and they're going to go to the executive to get that information. So the demands that are going to be placed on the executive staff in that are doing analyst functions, there could be a lot of increased demand just for information on things. And so how that gets worked out in practice and how it affects workloads and all of those kinds of things, it's going to be a question as well. But I appreciate what you said. I mean, that's right. It's going to be larger. It's going to be they're going to be digging into more stuff, and there's going to be more demand on the CLA because there's going to be more people.
Thank you. My second comment is following up on Member Fasano's comment about a potential charter amendment. Again, another conversation I'm looking forward to having in the Board Expansion Committee. My initial comment on that is when we were looking at the Ethics Commission and we were discussing protecting its independence by introducing a charter amendment. I think that's one reason. That was one of the reasons I was in support of introducing an amendment like that to protect its independence. In this case, though, the CLA is one of the few positions that will be controlled directly by the Board of Supervisors. And I think if we hamstring their ability to make adjustments to that position, you know, every couple of years, I think it's undermining the board's ability to manage the CLA's position. And I would be, that's something I want to look at as we have our conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. Do you make it a permanent thing so that it's invulnerable to change, or do you keep it flexible moving forward? the legislature, the board is going to they are going to come to depend on this office in a way, and they're going to, I would think that, and again, just speculating, that it would move in the opposite direction. It would get bigger and bigger and bigger because they want more information, want a more powerful CLA. So it's, but yeah, I take your point. I think that's a good discussion to have.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Member Steele.
I really appreciate this presentation. It's pretty informative. I just in the eye of trying to and I think I'm tapping into member sure energy right now. I'm keeping track of, or not closely but loosely enough, the budgetary impacts on all these, right? Like it's looking like just in this, if there were, say, because there is going to be an increase, I'm just throwing a number out there arbitrarily, 75 people who are just on this team, just like midway of the salary range that was provided, about like 155 million, I mean 155,000 for each role, or each FTE is 11 million just in personnel by itself, right?
Mhm.
And that's not even including the things that they were doing. And mind you, I'm just throwing numbers out there as to what the size and scope of this could actually look like. Um, we were listening last meeting last week about the scope of just the county executives team, from the budgetary side to all the different elements that kind of come with the work that they need to do. um, I don't even think we even got to the conversation about how much the compensation will be. Uh, but just the like we're not even talking about the execution of the work. We're actually just kind of talking about the bureaucracy itself and what the cost of that can actually start to add up to in a space when the county is in an austere motive. Um, yeah, man, this is becoming to be a lot more than I think voters may have thought they were gonna they were really getting themselves into. That I think I appreciate the presentation for being a little bit more transparent about it, about like what this looks like in other jurisdictions and how it could actually look here in LA County too. But I think hopefully we can have more of this level of transparency so that we can actually understand the true cost of like what this actually is going to be. So I'll just leave it there. I'm just kind of adding a little bit more color to some possibilities, to something that I know it didn't say it was going to be budget neutral, but it was actually people went into this vote thinking that that was kind of the indication of what we were trying to do, with it not having taxable income. I mean taxes taken out for the payment of these things, but still, man, this is growing in a very significant way.
Okay. Thank you, Member Steele. I'm noting Member Phelps, are you up again or? Okay, just checking. Member Sadwani or Chair Pro Tem Sadwani? Yes, thank you so much for this, Tim. This is really fantastic work, and I think really helps to shed light on the task ahead of us. And I think in thinking about Member Steele's comment, I think that's right. I mean, there's definitely significant costs that are going to be associated with these transformations of the county government. I think for me, I'm not so overly concerned about that. Of course, anytime we are talking about budget, we should all be concerned. But many of the functions that we talk about in terms of these transitions do already exist within the county. So it's not necessarily to suggest that new money needs to be found for these necessarily, but perhaps just really honing in and going through the county with a fine-tooth comb to identify where some of these functions currently reside, and if it makes sense to move them into a future legislative analyst office.
Tim, something that really struck me in your presentation was your focus on information asymmetries. And in particular on page 14, bullet point 1, that in these forms of government, the commission administrator form, which is what we have right now, the imbalance regarding information is deliberate. And I raise that not so much as we think about just the legislative analyst, but as we're doing this work in general. I think one of the frustrations I've often had is just getting information, getting the necessary information to really be able to do this work and to actually have that fine-tooth comb throughout the county. And I just want to lift that up for all of my colleagues, that at times that seems to be one of the challenges, is actually being able to identify where some of this work is happening, how much it's currently costing, where we're going to move it from. That's just a comment. It's not a question per se, unless you have greater examples of sort of the deliberate nature in which this information imbalance or asymmetry occurs.
Well, I don't have examples. I guess I use the term deliberate in a way that's not negative or nefarious. It's part of as you mentioned, I think last time, it's part of the progressive era 100 years ago. We're basically where local government moved from kind of being thought of as kind of like states, and the federal government being political, being representative, having the focus on group involvement, individual involvement, people deciding things together, to a more managerial model. And so under that managerial model, by definition, the executive would have more information. They're the ones running the day-to-day affairs of the city or the county. And the legislature is really, it's clearly not an afterthought, but they play more the role of a kind of a board of directors in a corporation. They're overseeing things, they're making policy decisions and so forth, but it's less about the push and pull of politics. And these systems work great in places. The council manager government, for example, is the most widely used government at the city level in the United States. And they really are effective in places where there's the political conflict is not as great, and where the populations are not as heterogeneous. Now we have some examples: Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, the places. San Diego used to have this model, but as things, and so they can work out in larger, more complicated places, but in general, they're used in mid-size, mostly suburban type communities. So yeah, it's not nefarious or anything like that. It's just, that's the way it was designed, because those were the values of the people making decisions about charters and laws and so forth. But I appreciate that, Chair Pro Tem Sadwani.
Absolutely. And I know, certainly this process has brought me back to taking a closer look at not only Knox Favor, but all of the other,
Yes,
all of those others about bureaucracy and bureaucratic dysfunction.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for this report and this presentation. I know for me, I think a lot about information and information and power, especially when it comes to the diversity of our community and our county. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for us to build something that makes it easier and more transparent for the public, as well as build an office that can do that. And so I do think as a community that oftentimes isn't visible in data, I am curious how we can adjust the way we do work so that things feel more transparent when we are or are not in the data, which I think is conversations we're having constantly. I am noting Member Steele, your hand is back up as well. So happy to have you speak. Member Steele?
Yeah, just really quickly. So like to what Member Sawani was saying, I'm curious now, like, as we have the responsibility of setting these structures up, right? And being mindful from that standpoint, like, when the rubber meets the road of making the consolidations and pointing, like, is that us too? Is that the work that we're doing, or how does that work actually take place once we've made the recommendations and the recommendations are approved by the board of supervisors to move forward in whatever way that we've kind of brought forward, right? I was kind of moved in our last week's meeting. Again, like I'm tapping into member Sure, because I am now starting to think like the real life consequences of the decisions that we're making here, and like what it means and how it'll actually kind of play out. And so I'm wondering how far it goes and how far we are responsible for taking it.
Do you want me to answer or provide? I mean, um,
I
you know,
think
I,
I think
I,
what's
you know what I
being
mean? I
go
these
ahead,
are
Tim.
great
I'm
points.
sorry.
These are great points, Member Steele, and yeah, you know, it is not an academic exercise. In some ways, it is. You know, I look at it and I think, oh, let's, you know, we're gonna think through these things broadly. But yeah, at the end of the day, you know, there's going to be changes, I think, to personnel in the county. Um, and I would endorse what Chair Pro Tem Sudwai said about, you know, that there's already positions and capacity there. There's probably going to be some shifting around as things move forward, and then as the Board of Supervisors makes a decision whether to put something on the ballot to create a permanent structure and staffing to the CLA's office, or whether it's done through ordinance. Um, you know, you know, that's when those decisions, that's when the rubber's gonna meet the road in terms of, you know, people's lives and and their jobs and their security and so forth. So yeah, I mean, uh, you know, it's something that I think the task force has thus far been very careful about, and at least in terms of my observation. Um, and so, but that's how I see it sort of playing out.
No, I got you, and I really appreciate that response, and I think the question I'm also putting forward is toward my colleagues too. Like, you know, as I start to think about the process of bringing this portion of the work to bear, you know, the how detailed we want to get into the recommendations themselves of this and how it kind of plays out. And like, you know, even doing the research of like some of the suggestions of the parts of the county where this can actually be some level of consolidation, and hopefully not even, you know, have a conversation about elimination, but like how we can start to, like, you know, right size the ship in the best way possible, you know. But I am listening to this, seeing the presentation, you know, taking in Mr. Krebs like feedback on this, and just thinking about, like, you know, how we best move forward with the next steps in it, or what those next steps even look like.
Mhm.
Thank you. I'm going to go to member Sure and then member Fazana.
Yeah, ultimately, the budget frontier of the county is limited. And for anything to be added, something has to go away. That's a reality. If it's a mitigator in our thinking that we're prepared to make a recommendation for whether it be 10, 20, or 30 folks in these jobs, and the mitigating circumstance for us to make that recommendation in light of that limited revenue frontier is that there's going to be a consumption of existing people that are doing these jobs that are going to be aggregated into a single office or some sort of efficiency there, then our recommendation should include that. If our recommendation goes forward with only one piece of what drove us to that conclusion, we're leaving an important point behind. The incoming elected EO or the executives in whatever function of government that then are going to be charged with executing these tasks can be held to a standard that is a little more clear than simply just growing these jobs. It's been my experience in government that, and you see it everywhere, that these positions will be filled at the top. And the way they'll be filled is by holding vacancy down at the bottom and then scalping those positions out. And I mean, I have to wear my union hat in that role, but also I think we're looking out for the citizens as well. Because when they call for county services, they're actually wanting to engage generally those frontline employees. That said, I acknowledge the idea that many of these things that we've been talking about can increase efficiency of government and the way the public interacts with the government, or provide better service directed potentially at communities that are underserved and things like that. So I do see that. But I think if we just put our recommendations out there without some of these caveats in place, I think we're going to get exactly what we're asking for. And we can predict that path.
Member Fasano?
I just want to say that when you have a strong executive in a type of government, you can end up with wide swings in policy depending on who the executive is.
Yeah.
And you can also have huge waste of resources because of that shift back and forth. So as we evaluate the relative strengths of the executive and the legislative branch, I think having an investment to make sure the legislative branch at least can weigh in really does become important. So I recognize those costs. Maybe we don't want to be too rigid, but I think at some level, you do want to put a marker out there that says, right now, basically it could be just one person based on what's in the Measure G. But having, whether you're putting a budget or other design parameters on it through a charter amendment, I think it then reduces the executive's power to negotiate with the board to try and weaken the office, that they would have to go back to the voters. So in that sense, I mean, it's a trade-off. There are extra costs, but wide swings in policy, which you're more likely to have with a strong executive, also resulted in huge cost to the county or the entity that will be structured as such.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your insights. Thank you, Professor Krebs, for your presentation and report. And I know for me, just very informative as we go into this next stretch. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and take a break before we move into the rest of our county executive conversation. And so I'm going to say roughly 15 minutes. Let's try to be back here in 15 minutes. But thank you again, Professor Krebs, and thank you for listening in and being a part of our.
Thanks for having me. Always happy to help.
Brian, you're not okay with this?
Yeah.
Can I have it on call?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was enough to do that this morning. And like staff organizers. Certify them.
Hey, Nancy.
Now we're moving into.
Hello.
So like. Members meetings, members meeting days, and
Close everything down.
I know, right.
Dramatic, but that's
You know,
probably
I'm
how
like-
that's
I'm
right.
like-
I mean, you guys know.
I'm giving my head.
Is it,
Building.
It's in a fire place. Once you go, you can't go back.
I can't go back.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and continue on with our discussion. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Pro Tem Fedwani to introduce this next part of our discussion.
Okay. Yay. Gonna do some fun stuff. Okay, so what we're gonna present in the next segment of this meeting are our our draft recommendations. These should look pretty familiar because we offered a version of this from our in our preliminary analysis last Friday. But we had a great discussion that day. We've received some community input. We know we're going to be receiving more. But as an ad hoc, we went ahead and took a stab at a first draft of developing these as recommendations. And I want to stress that these are draft in nature. I think even for myself, there's still pieces that I definitely still want to see developed to be made more specific. And no doubt you'll see that along the way. But I think we're at a point as we're moving towards September 9th, which has always been our target date to actually vote on an initial set of recommendations. We wanted to make sure we formalize at least where we are thus far. I want to note that these are developed, you'll see from the front of the presentation, with the great support of the Civitas team. And we are very fortunate to have Kelly Bernard here today with us as our subject matter expert. I understand Ana Guerrero is online watching and available as needed as well. With that, we will move forward and begin to introduce these recommendations. We'll start with the county executive, which is where we've perhaps done the most work on the budget, director of budget and management, on the CLA. That's definitely still in development, but we wanted to include them nonetheless. So Brian's going to start us off with some of the early recommendations.
All right.
Oh, and I'll just also note, while you have them in slide form, there is also a memo which has them in a more formalized manner, which is perhaps a first step towards developing an actual report.
All right, if we could move to slide 6, that's where the recommendations begin. Couple more slides. Yeah, no.
Trying.
All right.
I think go back one.
Yeah, one more back. Oh. Looks like it's missing.
Doesn't
there.
want to cooperate.
Mm.
One more?
One more.
Which side?
In slide number 6.
Should say recommendation 1. Yeah, thank you.
Get straight to it.
Okay, perfect. All right, recommendation 1, this was, we've spoken about this before, so consistent with the language adopted in Measure G, the position shall be publicly referred to as the Los Angeles County Executive. And again, I know we had discussion on this, but this is what the voters voted for and passed. And so that is going to be the title of the position, Los Angeles County Executive. All right, next slide. Recommendation number 2. The county executive shall be responsible for providing policy direction, operational coordination, and strategic management across the executive branch. Recommendation 2 defines the role of the new county executive. Key functions like communications, legislative affairs, emergency management, and policy implementation would move into the executive's office. The goal is to give the county executive the authority and flexibility needed to effectively manage the executive branch. We could move to the next slide. Okay, recommendation 3. The Board of Supervisors shall provide the inaugural elected county executive with the resources and flexibility necessary to establish, organize, and manage the office of the elected county executive and effectively administer the executive branch. Recommendation 3A focuses on providing the new county executive with the resources needed to get started. The board would fund the transition period and give the executive flexibility to recruit and appoint staff necessary to effectively establish the new office. We can move to the next slide. Is that, I think we, can we go
Should be
back?
3B of
Should be 3. There we go. Thank you. Recommendations 3B and 3C address the executive's budget and organizational authority. The executive would propose an operating budget and have flexibility to determine staffing, structure, and how executive functions are organized while remaining subject to the board's budget authority. Next slide. And finally, recommendation 3D establishes accountability and transparency. The county executive would provide an annual state of the county address, reporting on performance, budget priorities, and the county's strategic direction.
Perfect. David Green's going to take us through the next set of recommendations, but is there any discussion thus far on any of these? Sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
we're good.
you want to make sure we get you in there.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy. I want to talk money.
Yes.
That's you too.
And yeah, it would be recommendation number 3.
Yeah.
And so, you know, how much should the incoming executive have to do this job? And what we do is we produce a very vague recommendation here. Obviously, the incoming executive would want to have, I mean, theoretically, as much as possible, okay, or as much as needed, which might end up being the same, right? As much as possible ends up being what is needed.
Right.
An adversarial potentially board of supervisors, whether it be a majority or a capable minority, would have the alternative position. And there's different ways that that could play out. I just used the 2 extremes. Would it be in the interest of both the employees of Los Angeles County and the residents for us to narrow this down a little bit? To put in some sort of a parameter that could be high or low. Very clearly, this recommendation is going to go to the Board of Supervisors. Whether the recommendation is taken on its face may not matter because it'll go through the budget process for the year that the elected executive comes in, and that will be where the rubber meets the road on the real money. But this vague recommendation puts, in my opinion, too much into what is going to be potentially a fight. And I think we owe it to our various constituencies to box this in. And I use the high and the low range on how we do that. We could do that definitively with numbers, which may be very difficult. Or we could use some other explanation, say, and I'm just making up a number, like 125% of the positions that are appointed, or some other metric that's used to produce a standard that gives us an expectation of what that might look like. I'm sure I have some other things to talk about, but I've probably bored everybody.
Those are great points. And yes.
Member Riverte?
Thank you. I'm going to speak generally from the little that I've heard so far. I expect that we will hear more from cities, but kind of generally, most of it revolves around service delivery, right? And these recommendations, I understand they're high level. So for recommendation number one is to rename. It's a confirmation of the naming, which doesn't concern anyone that I'm aware of. Recommendation number two, the executive authority over the executive branch. It just, again, the biggest concern is around legislative affairs, intergovernmental relations, Office of Emergency Management, because the county coordinates with cities during emergencies, and they just want to ensure that there's continued cooperation. Of course, it's going to be a political office, and that could change depending on who's elected, right? So I don't know that there's anything that we could codify to do that, except to make it a strong recommendation that be somehow part of it. But again, understanding that these are high-level recommendations, I don't know how we do that, and I'll wait to hear from more specifically from the cities on what their thoughts are. And then on recommendation three, again, when it has to do with budget and resourcing, because these folks are ultimately responsible for service delivery, the cities are going to ask for some sort of accountability for these folks and how those services are being delivered and the quality of those services to make sure that this executive holds those folks accountable and it doesn't fall by the wayside. And then I think that's it, right? We ended with 4 to David.
We ended with,
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it generally.
Yeah, just in response to the recommendation on number 3 regarding the budget, I completely agree with you. Giving something so broad, it's easy to do nothing or do the bare minimum. I think the question is between now and September 9th. The reality is we're not going to have the exact precise number that this office should have. So therefore, how do we set that up? Perhaps it's something along the lines of instructing the CEO's office to provide us with cost estimates for executive function staffing in the range of 50 staff, 100 staff, 125. I don't know, right? Perhaps it's multiple versions of that. As we continue this work throughout the fall and throughout next year, my greatest hope is that we can continue to put more meat on the bone, so to speak, of what this office will look like. And perhaps with these if we're able to get such estimates back from the CEO's office, it might help us better understand the final budgetary number. But I don't know, what do you think about that as a first step as this, as it relates to September 9th?
So my union hat on, we don't want any money spent on this. That said, there should be some benchmarking scheme. One would be, for example, and I'm not saying that this would be one area to think about. The current CEO's budget, I believe in the other presentation, was in the range of around $200 million. That you would take a functional percentage of that, let's just say hypothetically, 7.5% of that budget to be used as transitionary period during X amount of time to make analysis and review of the functions that are going to be assumed by the new executive. The new executive, if you're taking over an organization this big, should have an understanding, and we should be going into this with transition planning and resources available from the onset, that frankly, every candidate that's facing this position knows what they're looking at. Because if the first day after winning the election is a fist fight for a transition plan, that is failure. And for the elected officials, and I'll be frank, because that's what I do, that's fun. Okay, that's headlines, that's games. For the citizens and for the employees, it's chaos and it's trouble. And so we might make recommendations in this area. I don't know, and there's people in a whole bunch of other areas who are more qualified than myself to put this recommendation in, but we should do something like that. Because anything a lot more or a lot less would be unreasonable. I don't know what that number is, but we should do something that's reasonable. And the county should know they're gonna have that expense in couple of years. The sooner they know, the better we can prepare. And I don't think it would be wise to leave it up to the political process during the budget period that predates it while people are in the election phase running for the office. There's probably a whole bunch of different ways to do it. But that's one of them.
Yeah, and to that same point, really at the end of the day, again, for cities, it's about service disruption, right? Potential service disruptions and this transition. And that's the big concern coming from most of our cities right now. And I'll let them sort of elaborate on what those concerns are as they submit their letters.
Yeah, and I think as we're going through this, and you'll see this with the recommendations that we're going to get to a little bit later on. We've already talked about in our last meeting, we talked about various functions that are currently within the CEO's office that we have already identified will be shifting over to the future elected executive's office. Things like LAIR, things like strategic initiatives and other kinds of entities. So we already know that there's staffing costs that go along with that. We have a sense of what that would be. But then there's also all of these exempt positions from the political side of the house as well that we need to sort of.
Yeah, I would argue that the positions, the FTE equivalent on an annual basis is different than the new cost we're talking about, which is the marginal cost of transition. The new cost theoretically may pre-exist with some of these positions there, but frankly, the transition is going to create, I'll use the term speed bump. There will be additional resources consumed. And that's, I think, the transition cost. And frankly, any organization that's doing a really transition of this magnitude should plan for that. And so that's a fair thing to do. Again, I think we should make a recommendation. I don't know. We should probably rely on an expert, which is not me, to give some sort of benchmarking number and then create a high-low range to force, I don't want to use the word force, they're probably all watching, to guide the supervisors and aid them in making what is ultimately going to be a difficult decision. Because that marginal cost is going to come from the county's budget.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just jumping in there, but to that point too, I think that's important. As these recommended, because they're intended to be initial recommendations, that we sort of leave them with caveats, right? To funding to be determined by the JRTF at a future date or something like that. Just sort of, these are just sort of headline type of recommendations, right?
Yeah, and that's why for me, the way I keep thinking about it is, what exactly are we asking the supervisors to do? And to me, I think it's asking the CEO's office. We can't instruct the CEO's office per se. That's the duty of the Board of Supervisors, but they could instruct the CEO's office to help develop some of these transition plans, to help come up with some of these costing structures. They're going to know that far better than any of us here would. And that's not a slant on any of us, but that's their job, right? And I think for us to sit here trying to come up with estimates would be futile. And to that end, I just also wanted to raise, going back to recommendation number 2, in a similar vein, it's fairly vague. In this recommendation, we are laying out the general functions of the county executive, because those weren't necessarily explicit in the charter. And I think it also begs a question of, do we need to codify this in some way, shape, or form? Not necessarily a charter amendment, but should this be put into some sort of ordinance that would then live beyond changes in the board and also live beyond the transition into this system? So I think getting some guidance in terms of whether or not this can be written up in a ordinance manner to be passed. Again, it could be that this recommendation is an instruction to county council to draft such an ordinance, similar to how we did with ethics, right? It was an instruction to draft. I don't know if folks have thoughts on that. Is that a response, member Sure, or do you want to?
No, I got the look. I don't see it.
Member Phelps?
So the county executive will take office
Is it January 1st or July 1st?
December 28th.
December 28th.
Yep.
Do we think that we need a transitional budget or a transition taking place before then?
Yeah.
Right? So the budget consideration is not December 28th to June 29th. It's earlier.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's what we talked about.
So my thought I'm throwing out there, as a follow-up member Shay's, in terms of a minimum and a maximum. I'm thinking that minimum is going to be really close to the current CEO's budget now. When we take away the things that are going to drop off from like layer. And we're going to need extra funding for that transition. I can't see that. I can't see that costing less than what it costs to run the CEO's budget now. Now I'm really talking in generalities, but I want to just bring that forth in the conversation. That minimum, I think or, I don't know. It just seems to me like that it's going to cost at least that much. So that's just my thought as this is unfolding.
For sure, do you have a response to that?
No, I mean, I'm with the minimum.
Ultimately, elected officials are gauged on how well they prioritize their expenditures. The elected executive officer is going to be under theoretically increased scrutiny because frankly, the power is. So over the long term of that, that'll be a judgment. In the short run, what I was primarily focused on is the incidental cost of the transition. But certainly that CEO's office, a lot of those people are going to stay, some are going to go. The elected EO is going to have to figure that out. There's going to be an incorporation of other offices, and theoretically, I don't see much of it in what we're recommending here in planning, but the diffusing of others. And so, but I think your point about the minimum would be the current budget. To presume otherwise is not realistic. And so, yes, unfortunately, that's the case. That the costs are not going to go down. There's unlikely to be efficiencies or synergies realized with this. And we should not plan for the impossible or recommend it to be impossible.
Member Rodarte and Member Phelps, did you have a response to that? I know your placard's still up. Member Phelps?
No.
Okay. Member Rodarte?
Yeah, to that point, we're creating an entire, like a high level executive elected position, right? That is in itself going to cost. And I made a note, I actually asked Nora if he knew. We don't know what the executive's salary is going to be. Like, who sets that? Right? Where does that come from?
$1 more.
I mean,
Supervisor, I think that's.
Is it $1 more? Is that what it was?
That's right.
Yeah, I believe it was specified in the charter as I think.
$1 more than the supervisor.
I put at least $1. At least $1.
Oh, at least, okay, so the board could potentially increase that. I don't know. But that's interesting, right? Because again, remember, you're now you're going, 5 supervisors to 9 and essentially 10-ish, right? But at a much bigger level because that executive is going to need a full-on staff and political staff, political side of the house, and still run the county, right? So how do we figure all that out? I think is the big challenge.
Yeah. And I think rather than trying to figure that
Now.
level of specificity now, how do we continue to gather information and put things in motion so that we can answer those
Sure,
questions?
yeah, I'm okay with that, for sure.
And the budget liability is going to shift also. Some of the departments that are moving from the CEO's office to the legislative or vice versa, that budget responsibility is going to shift from the executive or from the legislative to the executive. So layer at some point, the function that lives or that becomes part of the executive, that's going to shift from the legislative budget, right? When we're looking at the departmental budgets moving forward.
Later specifically? Or?
Down the line, I think I'm kind of jumping between the short-term implementation and the long-term budget implications of some of the functions that are picked up by the board now. Those functions will have to be budgeted, obviously, in the executive, and it'll take that budgetary
responsibility off of the legislature. So I want to make sure that we're, obviously it'll be accounted for, but we have our conversation, that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm looking at more holistically, like total, right? Like even if we move departments within the budget, we're creating this new massive office. That's gonna cost a lot of money. We have to, it's part of our job.
Yeah.
And I agree, we should ask for more information, but we have to figure out, where does that come from?
Yes.
It's gotta come from somewhere.
Doesn't come to mind.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You're right.
Yeah, well, that's why you guys are here, right? Yeah.
But I do think that I appreciate both the transparency and the preparation, because I think to what you're sharing, Member Darte, is how do we make sure there's the least amount of disruption of services? And how are we responsible or responsibly recommending that this transition just also happen less abruptly? And so I think I appreciate that we're having this transition conversation and being honest that there will be additional costs. But I think the hope that we have an efficiency and smoother transition moving forward, which I think is the spirit of that additional cost. On that note, I see no other placards up, so I think we can go to the next set of slides, which I believe is Member Green. Is that right?
Yep. Recommendation for grade. Beginning in 2029, the elected county executive shall have the responsibility for the performance management and evaluation of executive branch department heads as a core component of the executive's management authority. The elected county executive shall have the authority to assess the county's existing performance management practices, including the management and appraisal performance plan MAP system, and determine whether to retain, modify, or replace those practices to support effective executive leadership, organizational performance, and accountability.
Here we go.
We have this.
Okay. 13, 4A, please. Is that right? Double right. Okay. There we go. To promote continuous improvement across the executive branch, the elected county executive shall establish an annual organizational review process as part of the county's budget development cycle. The review shall draw upon department head performance evaluations together with relevant operational, fiscal, and performance data to assess departmental effectiveness, organizational performance, service delivery outcomes, and opportunities to improve efficiency, coordination, and accountability. The results of the annual organizational review shall inform the elected county executive's proposed budget and may serve as the basis for recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding the creation, consolidation, transfer, or elimination of departments or major functions. To implement this recommendation, the Board of Supervisors shall direct County Council to prepare the necessary amendments to the Los Angeles County Administrative Code, county ordinances, or other governing provisions to establish the elected county executive's authority and responsibility for performance management and evaluation of executive branch department heads, and to reflect the executive's role in conducting an annual organizational review. Direct the current executive officer to prepare a report assessing the county's existing department head performance management and evaluation process, including the MAP system and any other relevant practices, policies, rules, and procedures. The report shall document the current process, identify opportunities and considerations for the transition of this responsibility to the elected county executive, and be made publicly available sufficiently in advance of the inaugural elected county executive taking office to inform the transition and provide a clear baseline for the incoming administration.
Yeah, Marcel's gonna take over from here. Any questions, feedback on this? We've been talking about performance management from the budget ad hoc. That had been a part of the public budget hearings originally at a high level. uh, take on that. This formalizes those powers within the county executive and tries to prepare for that transition.
If I remember correctly from the budget conversations, I feel like, and I think to just repeat what you said in terms of formalization, I know these are parts of the conversations where I believe the CEO's office had already said they were starting on processes already. So this isn't like out of the blue,
Right.
is what I want to remember.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, I think that's right. And the request for a report on where that work is, not only can help serve us and the general public, but also hopefully be one of the guiding documents for a county executive when they take office, so that they have a sense of how performance management is happening currently within the county. They'll have a sense of what that history has been thus far, and then hopefully know how to use it moving forward.
I see member Schertz, you have your placard up.
Yeah, sorry. Who currently directs the MAP system? The Board of Supervisors or the CEO?
Member, sure. It's a program facilitated through the DHR Human Resources. It's administered locally by each individual department for their MAP members.
Who reviews the material that's produced by the MAP program that's administered by DHR and makes decisions based upon the data?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can certainly find out and report back.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the recommendations. The way it's written, shall have the authority. I thought, to my reading of what we have going on here, the change in G, these folks are going to be reporting to the executive. So while maybe not explicit that they're going to take over MAP, it is unquestionably implied. And then these other recommendations, I think, kind of fall into that same scheme. What was the thinking of the subcommittee to make these more explicit through the recommendation when you're likely already implied with the inherent power over the departments by the elected EO? I'm not arguing that this shouldn't be done or it's clear. I just want to know why we would highlight this.
Yeah. Where is that?
Well, I think I'll just use MAP as the example. And I don't know much about MAP. I hear it all the time in meetings, but it sounds like it's some sort of performance monitoring system that's used for folks in executive positions. You set out some goals and you get an A, B, or a C, or whatever the mechanism is.
Remember, in theory, MAP is supposed to, from my experience being a MAP participant, when I went through it, it's supposed to be tied to the county's priorities at the moment, tied to what the Board of Supervisors is setting as these are our priorities. This is our area of our focus, the goals, the strategic plan goals. Within MAP, you're supposed to have stretch goals. Is not only am I going to meet this and here's how it ties to the county goals, but here's how I'm going to exceed it. There's supposed to be a financial component to it. Is if you are exceeding your MAP goals, there's supposed to be a mechanism to be financially rewarded. The reality is it's very unlikely that that happens. In my years as a MAP participant, there was never any sort of MAP bonus for exceeding your goals. So it is tied back to the county goals. And I think from my recollections from conversations at the ad hoc was the intention was to create a strengthened mechanism for performance review tied to the direction that the executive is setting for. This is where we're going and why.
Right. When I think of chain of command and I think of the chief executive, I think when relative to the departments, they're the boss. And then the department head is second, and everybody that would follow into MAP goals cascades somewhere down in that wire diagram. And I think without being explicit, I think it's implied. I could also see where we get a chief executive that says, I want to change the personnel management system, and instead of we're no longer using MAP. I think that would be within that person's prerogative. And so that my point is, why are we identifying certain authorities with language shall have the authority? And I think that's inherent to the position. And I think it goes potentially beyond this and to change this. I don't think it's unique to this. That's just my question to the subcommittee. And I just used map as an example, but I think these other cascade into that same type of thinking.
So you're suggesting that the language be stronger than the use of the term shall?
Well, I mean, shell is pretty.
Will.
Well, no, I'm not saying.
Will.
I think it's redundant, but I want to understand under what circumstances would the chief executive not be able to change either the MAP goals or the incentive program or who's subject to it or anything like that?
Chair Pro Tem.
Right, I think I want to go to Member Phelps and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Member Phelps.
So I think part of the reason for laying this out is the educational component of explaining to our stakeholders what this office is doing. It may seem inferred to some of us that this is what it's going to be happening, but as our role in the task force is to educate and to really lay the foundation of what this position is doing. So it may seem redundant to state it in this way, but we're really clarifying that the intergovernmental affairs function is very clearly going to be under the county executive. That it's no longer going to be under the board of supervisors, but that there is still a collaborative role for the board to play in advancing those legislative priorities. But as we have stated several times, the county executive is going to be the primary face of the county moving forward. And because of that, they are going to be representing the county for the other levels of government. So I think we're just stating, we might be stating the obvious from an internal perspective, but I think that it's really about the educational part of what we're bringing forth and explaining what this county executive is doing. I think that was the direction from where the subcommittee was coming from.
And if I may just add more specifically to the performance management piece of it and the map, you asked the question yourself, right? Who's doing it right now? So in requesting a report on how that works currently, the hope is to be able to shed greater light on it for the general public, but also for the county executive in the future, if they should want to make some changes to that system. And you're right, they would have that authority. So yes, it is baked in there that they would have that performance management function, but we've actually put quite a fair amount of emphasis from this task force on performance management thus far. I mean, much of the budget, public budget hearings, the focus has been people really want to know more about what it is departments are doing. What do they think that they are doing well, and a justification for why they should get more money. That is tied into some level of performance management. And I think that's why we're lifting up this function. Yes, it is implied, but being very explicit about that role.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to move on to, did you want to final?
I'll be quick. I appreciate
I have my hand up
the
as well.
explanation. I appreciate the explanation. It's just when we call out certain authorities of a position and we don't call out others, if we don't call them out, are they not included? And that's where I look at the lawyers, we get into the situation, if we make a list of colors and then we leave one off, that means that color's explicitly not included. But I'll leave that to the smart folks. I understand philosophically the explanation that this highlights this for other folks, and that to communicate is a worthwhile objective. Thank you. But if we're going to make a list of the executive's authorities and we leave something off, but I'll leave that to others.
Sure. I'm going to go to Member Rodarte, then Member Steele.
Yeah, just really quick to follow up on that. So a couple of notes. Part of the reason for this was to codify it, right? Because as we understand it, it belongs to the board now and it's going to move to the executive. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, you said to codify it. Is the map stuff, all this is in?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it belongs to the board and it's going to transition over to the executive, correct? Do I remember that conversation correctly?
I need to check on that.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'll retract my last statement, but that's how I remember it. I don't remember a lot of stuff. But we also, like, some of the language, like, we were using should, and we thought shall was more directive.
Oh, yeah.
and stronger
No,
than
no,
that.
I-
So, But I
Unquestionably, that's the right.
absolutely hear your point, that we want to make sure that we don't forget any of those shells where they should be. See what I did there?
Nice, nice.
Well
Just to-
played.
If I may, just to add on to that, I think that is the reason why Direct County Council is on here, right? We do need to have that research done to assess, is this already in code? If so, where and to what extent does it need to change?
Okay, thank you.
I think because member Steele, I know your hand has been up, and so assuming it's part of this specific, but if it's moving to another topic, I'll let David Summers respond.
It is inclusive of this and also kind of overarching, but if Mr. Summers needs to respond first, then I can wait.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to quickly add that map authority in the county ordinance is currently, it vests ultimately to the Board of Supervisors. So even though it may be administered by DHR, because it's ultimately held as an authority of the board, my assumption, and I would defer this question to council, is that it will need to be changed. But council, I would assume, needs to investigate that, because you're essentially moving the authority to the executive.
If you got it down earlier, I got it now.
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah,
remember the
bingo.
conversation.
Thank you.
Mr. Winnick, did you want to?
I was just gonna add that there are a number of issues like that that are gonna come up in the transition because a lot of the ordinances give authority to the only authority there is now, the Board of Supervisors. So there will have to be some cleanup, if you will, legislation or ordinances to do that. I think there's open questions about whether motions and resolutions that currently deal with internal operations of the county are going to transition over to the transfer of authority. I think these are unresolved questions that may not even have an answer until they actually occur. But I think, saying to the Board of Supervisors with the flexibility to find the best solution would be my legal recommendation, so that they can find the best solution to implement any of the recommendations that they, some of yours that the board wants to see implemented.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Member Steele?
You know, I'm supportive of us doing the work that has to happen now, but I'm thinking about, like, even this conversation we're having right now specifically for this recommendation, but just overarching. The draft is, I feel like, trying to answer too many permanent organizational questions before we've completed the analysis underneath them. Like, I know September 9th is like a driving force in this, but I think what we're applying the test to matters even more, right? Like, for me, it's a question of what absolutely has to be decided now to protect resident services, prepare county employees, maintain branch independence, or even like ensure like a neutral election and transition, right? I just want to make sure that the new government can function on day one. And I think, to do those things, we're asking questions about precise structures of constituent services or intergovernmental affairs or performance management. Um, but I feel like, to the thing about the colors, because I think that's a really good analogy. Like, getting too prescriptive on the organizational structures has us in a posture of like leaving things out that might need to be, entered in. So I think how we frame what we're doing and why would matter, so that those decisions make the most sense. You understand what I'm saying? So maybe, I guess, a question that I'm asking to the committee is, what is that framing for you? Because for me, like I said, it's a little bit more tighter of a test. It is how are we making sure that we're protecting resident services, preparing county employees, maintaining branch independence, but ensuring neutral elections and the transition, and also making sure that the new government can function on day one. And I should also mention, based off of what Mr. Winnick just said, with the ordinances and all the different pieces that the Board of Supervisors will have to like deliberate on. I want to bring up what I said last week because I think this part is really, really important, y'all. Like, I feel like this draft that we have of recommendations is a little light on the transition safeguards that we have already been been brought to our attention by way of the work that some of the Harvard students did in the Harvard report, right? Thinking about former transition teams, the 90-day handoff. They also mentioned the employee change management plan. But I think underscoring, because of this whole thing about how many ordinances and changes need to happen by there, the candidate neutrality protocols that we have to put in place for this as well, so that folks who may be running for this office that are currently having decision making power over this are not creating the structures that they could possibly be inheriting. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to lift that up. So I guess again, like as in the question, what was the framework that you all were using as the basis of coming up with the recommendations?
Derek, can I ask you to elaborate a little bit? I'm a little, I don't fully understand what you mean by, oh gosh, I can't remember the words you used. Candidate neutrality. Yeah, can you elaborate on that a little bit for me, please?
We know that there, like just off of conversations so far, there may be folks who work at the county right now, and also folks who are also in office right now that may actually run for this seat, right? And so the things that we're setting up, to what Mr. Winnick just said, we're possibly gonna have to have the Board of Supervisors actually consider the ordinances to make the substantive changes based off our recommendations. But is that actually a neutral thing if the person who may be running for the seat is also sitting in the decision making posture of like the ordinances themselves? Right. And I'm only basing this off of like, things that we've already kind of heard out in the ether about people who might be running for the role. So I'm thinking about that part, but I don't want to get hung up on that because I think that is an important aspect, but not as important as what I'm saying as far as the full nature of the recommendations we're putting forward. And about the framing that is centering those things as well.
Maybe I can add just a little bit to that question. State conflict of interest law does not prohibit someone running from office from participating in decisions regarding that future office. The conflict of interest laws are really financial interest based. So I would not present a conflict.
Still John. I know that's.
Thank you.
Sorry, John's line. Damn it.
Thank you for the question and for response, Mr. Winnick. And I think one thing I'm hearing, Member Steele, I know you mentioned a few questions that I think we should continue to consider as we look for this recommendation. But I feel like for me, one thing that resonated is when I read it, I keep thinking about it in the context of transition and the challenge of which we've had getting this information, even who and how MAP works and who uses the data now to make decisions. I think what I'm looking for is what are the things that we can do that prepare this new county executive for success, and just understanding how we work now would really help. And so I really saw this particular recommendation as we need to know how this works today, how we can get this person more information so that when they start, they can start running. So I know that is how it feels, even though it didn't initially read that way for me, myself. And so I see a lot of this early adoption and early recommendation and even this ordinance cleanup as a way for us to get the executive in a position where they can really get to the work quickly. So I'm going to look to the ad hoc if there are any responses to Member Steele's questions or anything else.
I want to, but I won't.
But I think good questions to pose to us, Member Steele. So thank you so much. And I believe with no other placards up, we're going to move to the next set of slides. Recommendation 5, is that correct?
Yes. And I think Member Rodarte is going to
Oh, yeah.
lead us through talking about intergovernmental.
So we hear, how, as my dad used to call it, jaw jacking. All right. Recommendation number 5, the elected county executive shall serve as the county's primary executive branch representative for intergovernmental affairs and legislative advocacy, working in collaboration with the Board of Supervisors to advance the county's legislative and policy priorities at the local, state, and federal levels. And to kind of follow a little more on that, it includes leading and coordinating the county, state, and federal legislative advocacy, what the Lair office does now, managing relationships with state and federal elected officials, agencies, and other governmental partners, and engaging with the county's 88 cities, including unincorporated areas, and strengthening relationships with regional governmental bodies and agencies. That's, I think, the 5A part of the, no, 5A part's right here. And then the second part to that, or 5A part of that, is to strengthen intergovernmental collaboration and regional coordination. The executive should establish a regular and structured engagement program with the elected and appointed leadership of the county's 88 cities. Representatives from unincorporated areas will have a great point on that. I think it should be incorporated. We got in one of the letters, and relevant regional partners. This engagement shall provide a forum to identify and understand local priorities, keep local partners informed of county policies and initiatives, strengthen coordination between the county, cities, and unincorporated communities, address shared regional challenges and service delivery issues, and where interests align, develop coordinated legislative and policy strategies before state and federal policy makers. And the 5B part of that is to support the transition of these responsibilities and further inform the development of future intergovernmental affairs and legislative advocacy function. The Board of Supervisors shall direct the current Chief Executive Officer to prepare and make publicly available within 90 days a transition report assessing the existing structure, staffing, resources, responsibilities, and operations of the county's legislative affairs and intergovernmental relations layer function. The report shall assess how the current structure supports state and federal legislative advocacy, engagement with the county's 88 cities and unincorporated communities, and coordination with regional governmental partners, and shall provide recommendations for strengthening these functions under the new governance structure. The report shall be presented to the elected executive ad hoc subcommittee and the governance reform task force to further inform their deliberations and allow for continued refinement of recommendations regarding the structure, responsibilities, and transition of this function before the inaugural elected county executive takes office. Question.
Okay, I'll take a pause if there's any questions, and looks like Member Rodarte has.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one of the areas where obviously concerns for cities. And you know, we got a letter that I read through, I don't remember who's from, but it was a really good idea. I like the idea of creating, I know we have in unincorporated areas, communities that have like community representation, but I like the idea of sort of almost, I don't want to say mandate, that seems like a strong word, but like the county creating a formal structure for representation in the unincorporated areas where I don't know how we would do that, and I don't know what that might look like. But I like the idea of giving the folks in those unincorporated areas someone to reach out to that lives in their community. And I know, again, there are like community like councils and that type of stuff, but I would like to see that become a little more formalized within the county's governance structure. And so recommendation 5, as far as concerns for cities, it's kind of a double-edged sword here, right? Because committing to a structured engagement program with cities, of course, that's what they all want. But there's a few concerns. First, recommendation describes engagement and mostly keeps cities informed, right? The cities are going to want to be engaged and not just informed. They're going to want to be engaged in the processes that affect them when it comes to legislative advocacy. There are occasions, although fairly rare, where there are disagreements between cities and the county. And so how are those differences reconciled with cities? Truthfully, currently they're not, right? I think that sometimes cities disagree with the county's actions and just the way that it is. One great example of that was Measure ER. And it wasn't the fact that cities were opposed to the purpose of ER, it was the way that it was presented to voters, right? It was presented as a general use tax. Cities argue that it was very much a special use tax. At the end of the day, it passed by voters and it is what it is, right? Cities they could not, in that case, argue that It wasn't needed, it wasn't necessary, but it was just like the methodology for it, right? And so those are rare occasions, but they do happen. Let me see, I think I have one more point here. Yeah, and then, you know, when it comes to like funding types or funding, another example I would use is homelessness services, right? When Measure A existed, I sat on the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness. And a huge rub was the service delivery, with LASA and the way that the county was delivering homelessness services was going through LASA. And LASA was created as the COC between LA City and LA County, and everyone that we heard from initially in those meetings always talked about either the county or the city, and the city they referred to meant LA, Los Angeles. And all the other 87 cities in the county kind of fell by the wayside. And so as we worked through it, we realized that, you know, there needed to be changes, right? And so that was negotiated through that process. And that's going to be an insistence from cities that there is a process to negotiate the necessity for change when it arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodarte. Going to Member Fasano.
Yeah, I'm not sure this, in fact, I'm pretty sure this doesn't directly apply, but listening to our discussions about budgeting and budget resources and all the responsibilities of the county and unincorporated communities as an example that was just brought up. It seems over the years, we could probably spend a lot of time documenting that the county's picked up a lot of responsibilities that the state has passed down. And I guess I'm wondering whether we should call out that maybe the executive should focus on responsibilities that maybe the county, if they can't pass them back up, are there things that maybe the county shouldn't do anymore? Are there tasks that maybe another level of government should take if it's not the state, or maybe, for example, unincorporated communities, maybe there should be incentives to get the county out of that role and to have unincorporated areas incorporate, but just presuming that the work and the programs that the county has are static, it does allow us to pick up things at the county level, maybe without giving them up. And maybe there should be some discussion that maybe there's things the county does that the county executive should be responsible for suggesting that other levels of government can pick those up.
Give any examples?
Well, the unincorporated services would be one, if there's a way of taking that out. Certainly in terms of prisons and things of that type, a lot of that was devolved down to the counties. Maybe some of that should be set back up as the state implements new programs.
I'm sure it wouldn't be a popular view here, but I have heard from some, the county government shouldn't exist at all.
Some don't think any government should exist.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's
It's a passage.
Any other comments on this particular particular recommendation? Otherwise, we'll go to recommendation 6.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Recommendation 6 is a statement that it's a recommendation that the elected county executive shall establish a constituent services and public affairs function that serves as the point of coordination for executive branch responses to community concerns, service delivery, and public engagement. As the government that provides critical safety net services for residents across Los Angeles County, the county has a particular responsibility to ensure that residents can access services effectively and that departments are coordinated and accountable for responding to community needs. So essentially, we're saying that the county executive will be the primarily responsible for responding to community concerns, service delivery issues, and public engagement, and that does include constituent services. Recommendation 6A, the constituent services function shall strengthen accountability for service delivery, improve coordination across county departments, and promote timely and effective responses to residents, with particular attention to the needs of unincorporated communities, where the county serves as both the provider of regional safety net services and the primary local government.
We're a slide behind.
Oh, can we please move to slide 19? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at 6B now. The elected county executive's constituent services function shall be designed to complement the constituent service role of the Board of Supervisors. Board offices shall continue to advocate on behalf of their constituents, while the elected county executive shall focus on coordinating executive branch actions, resolving cross-departmental service issues, tracking implementation and follow-through, and improving the overall responsiveness and accountability of county government. The elected county executive shall establish clear performance metrics to assess the effectiveness and responsiveness of the constituent services function, including the timelines and resolution of service requests, cross-departmental coordination, and resident experience. So we're looking at, bless you. A big part of this, and I think a big part of government in general, when I talk to people not involved in government, is that when they're dealing with more than one agency, there's a sense that they never feel like that one department is talking to the other, that there's this like silo effect happening. And as a planning commissioner for the city of Los Angeles, and having gone through that permit approval process, sometimes they intentionally keep it. They keep it siloed because they don't want certain departments inappropriately coordinating with others on planning projects. So sometimes there's an intent to that. Here, we really are encouraging and stating that coordination will be necessary, yet the executive branch and the departments will be the primarily responsible for constituent services, but we also recognize and acknowledge that the role of supervisors in responding to constituents' needs will not be any less of a role for them in the future as it is now. And it will require coordination and communication with the county executive and with the department heads when casework is moved through the process. Whether or not that comes directly to the department or it goes through the board office, there needs to be a system set up for the county executive's constituent services function. So that's what that focuses on. And then obviously 6B is on performance metrics and how we incorporate that, how we use that to measure success in constituent services. Did you want me to continue with 6C, Chair Pro Tem?
Yes. Oh, do you want, or I can do it either way. You want to go?
Please.
Okay. Sure. So 6C and thereafter is kind of getting into the meat of this, whereas the earlier parts of recommendation 6 are laying out our expectation of that the county executive will have constituent services as a part of their portfolio of responsibilities. As we discussed last time, 6C is really getting to what we are asking for, and that is to direct this current CEO to prepare and be publicly available within 90 days a transition report specifically on the county's Office of Unincorporated Area Services. When the CEO's office came to present to us some weeks ago, I think there was surprise about the Unincorporated Area Services Office. So we'd like to learn more about what it is that they do, as well as a report in terms of where this can go in the future. And so we specify that the report shall describe the office's current organizational structure, staffing, resources, responsibilities, and services, and provide an assessment of how the office currently coordinates with county departments and board offices to address the needs of unincorporated communities and identify existing gaps or challenges in service delivery. In addition, that report should also take a look at constituent service platforms, systems and platforms that are currently being used and that have been also implemented in the past. as we've begun to dig into some of this work, what we have learned is over the course of time, particularly as the county has gone through organizational transitions back in 2007 and again, and I believe it was 2017, what that has included are shifts in terms of how constituent services have been conducted. We know that there's also new technologies that come to fruition from time to time. We want an account of that process. We want to make sure that is captured somewhere so that it can hopefully inform this process as we move forward. When we met last time, one of the things, we had a long and healthy discussion about, should constituent services only be with the county executive? I think we landed at no. There will be constituent services in multiple places, but can we learn from the past to some extent in helping us devise what the best course of action is moving forward once there is a county executive in place? So much like we had received when this task force was formed, a report on what it might look like if the county were to set up an ethics commission. And I believe that was a joint report from the CEO as well as county council. We're asking for such a report of what it would look like to coordinate constituent services and learn from the folks that are actually doing that coordination now, their thoughts on it. Obviously, the county executive may or may not take that into consideration when they come into office, but certainly if it's something that we receive, we can provide recommendations based on that information as we move forward. And that includes the recommendation.
Thank you. I see Member Tabas-Rai.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to piggyback on the last point on the constituent services and the executive and the supervisors. You know, for anyone who watched the mayoral debate, I think that really illustrates that idea of constituent services, the executive, right? In that case, the mayor, and then the councilwoman in her district, and just why it's so necessary that we were able to create a system that has alignment and allows a coordination. So you're not really, I mean, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do this because there's going to be politics, and with politics, there comes turf. And but for the benefit of the residents of LA County, I think that this is going to be really important how that gets designed. And obviously, the executive is going to do constituent services, needs to, right? It's an elected position. You know, one of the lines of the night, right, is you have my cell phone number, you can call me, right? It's part of the debate. And so how do we create this office, but also this governance? So actually residents don't have to call the elected executive, right? It should function properly that, you know, the 10 million people don't have to have the cell phone number of the elected executive, right? There should be a process, right? No, I just, when I think about that though, to me, it's proof of a dysfunctional executive office that is the way we're getting constituent services. And so just, you know, I think this is really important. And I think of what we create, that this might be the most important piece, because ultimately the reason why folks voted for Measure G, obviously many reasons, but at least to get more effective services and to know who to call and where to go. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Member Rodarte, then Sure, then Steele. So Member Rodarte.
All right, I'm going to blow your guys' mind on the next recommendations because I don't have any notes on those. So for this one specifically, I really like that it's focused on unincorporated areas. They seem to be the folks who have the least representation when it comes to services. There's a lot of confusion in how they get their services. The concerns that are going to come from the cities that I will give us a short briefing on. Cities just want to make sure that there's language within our recommendations that make clear that within incorporated cities, the county's constituent service function complements and coordinates with municipal government and does not duplicate or bypass it. This is important to avoid confusion for residents about which government is accountable for which services. So I think that's incredibly important. As we're talking with Robert on the break, and there's a lot of services that are provided by the county through cities, animal care control, sheriff's department, right? And so we want to make sure that in that process that folks are aware of how or who to reach out to when they have issues to help them get their problems resolved. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonna go to member Sharp.
Yeah, I'll just put another knock on that unincorporated piece. I've heard that from my members who serve unincorporated Los Angeles County. We've seen it in staffing models and other things. It does happen. And then I've heard it from groups that have come in here. So it just reinforces the reality of that. On the recommendation for the report back, if I understand the recommendation that we're going to ask for the CEO and the, some other groups to feed information actually into the board of supervisors, not to the GRTF, if I'm understanding this correctly, that our recommendation goes there. Again, I go back to this cost piece. I think it would be ideal that we had 10 million constituent service people serving 10 million citizens, right? But there's a reality to that. Yeah, I also heard a comment that we're not going to deprive the supervisors, to include the new supervisors, of the staffing model that they have today, either based on, per capita or geographic or how it's done. And so therefore, this is an area where we could have immediate cost explosion. We could have a situation, and if I was an elected county executive, I would want more constituent outreach capability in the supervisors, not one supervisor, but all of them combined. And so this would be an area I'd want some analysis on cost to come back to us so that we can keep this under control. I also want to go back to the earlier comment or the conversation that I started and just drug on forever about the map thing. At the end of the day, the recommendation is crystal clear. The leadership of the elected EO is going to be impossible with the departments if that individual doesn't also have control of the goal setting for that person's subordinates. And that's in the code. I was not aware of that. And so maybe to the subcommittee or whatever mechanism, I would like to know areas where the code implicates the shall authorities, the implicit authorities of the elected EO. I'll call them the mandatory, and then potentially the permissive. We don't need a detailed explanation, but just almost a list like that. I could not imagine the new elected EO coming into office and on that same day, essentially none of their subordinates, though they're theoretically their appointees, are actually responsive to a MAP program that then is controlled by the Board of Supervisors. That's a perversion in the chain of command. Thank you.
Member Shea, you said the shall, the what, and the permissive?
Yeah, so the authorities of the elected EO are clear in some areas and less clear in others. And so I think of that as the mandatory authorities, the shalls, and then we'll call it the mays, which are the permissive, and maybe there's some wiggle room. I think the shalls are the areas that we need to cover most quickly and most clearly. And the mays, we could spend likely what we're going to see is the Board of Supervisors fighting with the elected EO into perpetuity over those. But some of those mays may jump out at us pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. We can get that accomplished for you. The other factor to consider is charter versus ordinance and others. Because the charter authority for the county executive is broad in terms of all departments and all that. So in an ordinance that was inconsistent with the charter would, in essence, no longer be valid because it conflicts with the charter. Again, that all needs a lot of analysis that I am not prepared to discuss in detail certainly today, but I wanted to let you know that aside from the ordinances, there are other factors involved in it.
Can I just ask as a follow-up? is it advisable that you can go out and do that research for us, or that we should send that to county council to get a response back?
I will give you my cheat code, which is that I did plan to ask county council when they were assisting with that. So you've uncovered my secret plan on that.
Not so secret anymore.
My friend Noro seems like it would be.
Still gonna bill you for it.
But I think what's helpful, and I think just from a, to note, given the questions, and also I think for me, helpful to understand that this is an important part of what we can do in terms of clarity. It sounds like this can go back to the ad hoc, and then return to us at a later time after you had a chance for preliminary discussion. Does that sound right, everybody? Okay, great. And thank you, Mr. Winnick, for telling us your secret.
Derek still has.
And then, so I'm going to go over to Member Steele. Go ahead, Member Steele.
All right. Sorry about about earlier. As I was trying to clarify my thought, then one of the medical folks came into the room, and I had to immediately get off. I just in the clarifying, I guess as I'm listening to the recommendations, let me first state that like I appreciate all the work and the energy that has gone into trying to deliberate, creating something from scratch in many different ways, and then also trying to reassess, powers that already exist or honors that already exist and like reimagine what they look like. But I think and maybe we don't have the time for this, being that Measure G dictated this as well, but like I feel like we're starting with the destination already outlined, ordering a study, then refining the outlook of the destination. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm talking specifically about constituency services, but I mean, I feel like we've done this with these throughout different elements of these recommendations. Where really it would be better to define maybe what the problem might be, because we're doing governance reform, right? And again, if we're centering the experience of how day one this is good for the people and the people who experience this new set of governance, I feel like defining the problem, doing the study, and then deciding the destination after determining what absolutely has to change will probably be the better way to go, right? But based on the timelines we have, based on like, you know, the charter is the charter, and it already states what we're supposed to be focusing on. That's the reason why I was trying to like underscore like what is the framework that we want to get to September 9th based on, and hoping that we can kind of make sure we're oriented it from the purview of the constituents. So like I heard what Member Sharp was saying, and in many instances I kind of agree, particularly from the unincorporated area standpoint. Like what are they going to be able to interact with this? um Even with the setups of how the departments are governed and stuff like that, like what are the things that they interact with as far as this current is concerned, and like just making sure that that the study that we have is based on like the problems that already exist that we know of, and then being able to come up with solutions based off of the solving and the study of those problems rather than the study of the destination we've already identified. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? I apologize if I'm talking in circles. I'm not trying to, but I am kind of flummoxed, I guess, on again. I ended the last meeting talking about a little bit of my nervousness of wanting to make sure that we get this right with the one shot we have, right? And it's who I want to get it right for. Right. I'm not necessarily trying to get it right for the people who try to run for the seat. I want to make sure we get it right for the people. You know what I'm saying? And just making sure that that part is very clear. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Member Steele. And actually, I do appreciate the hearing kind of where your questions are and how you're getting there. So I do appreciate that a lot. I think the only thing I would like to add, and just to name it, I would love if, as we think about constituent services, we also include and maybe specifically ask for what accessibility looks like with services, just so that we track it as we look at reports on both unincorporated, and thinking about lessons learned and improving coordination, that accessibility be part of that conversation. So if we could name it, just so that it doesn't get lost, I would like that as well. Also making note that Member Horonas has arrived. It's 3:20. Welcome. And if I'm not mistaken, we're about to go into the Director of Budget and Management. Would you all mind if we take like a quick, like 5-minute break real fast? And just to get resettled in. So 5 minutes and we'll start again. So like 3:25. Thanks, everyone.
I can eat it, not on video camera. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue on with our recommendations. I know we're currently at Director of Budget and Management, and so I'm going to hand it back over to Chair Pro Tem Sedwani to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone had a great break, good opportunity to stretch the legs. We're going to start with Director of Budget and Management. This has not changed much at all since the last time you saw it. Brian's going to lead us through.
All right, if we could go to slide 23, please. Yes. Okay. All right. Recommendation 1 transitions the county's core budget and fiscal stewardship responsibilities to the new Director of Budget and Management. The goal is to create clear responsibility for managing the county's budget, promoting fiscal stability, and ensuring effective stewardship of county resources. Next slide, please. Recommendations 1A and 1B. This transition would move key budget and financial functions from the current Chief Executive Office to the Director of Budget and Management. Other executive functions, including strategic initiatives, legislative affairs, communications, and emergency management, would transition to the elected county executive. Next slide. Recommendation 2 directs the board and current chief executive officer to develop a detailed transition plan within 90 days. The plan will identify the staff, resources, programs, and responsibilities that should move to the new Director of Budget and Management. And next slide. The transition plan will also identify functions that may need further review because they combine fiscal and broader policy responsibilities. The plan will be made public and reviewed by the Governance Reform Task Force before the new structure takes effect.
Perfect.
Oh, is it my turn?
No, well.
Are you looking at me? I don't have any comments. Please.
Comments, questions? Usually have a lot of comments.
No more. I'm done.
But we'll go to Member Fasana, who's not letting us down. Let's go.
It'll take 5 seconds. So I'm just going to say for this particular position, I don't have as much concern, given that it isn't in control of the executive as far as needing to spell that out ahead of time through a charter amendment.
I think the general sense at this point is, as we looked at on Monday with those wire, what did you call them? Organizational charts.
The wire diagram?
Wire diagrams, thank you. It's an open question, what pieces continue to stay within the Director of Budget and Management. But what we're saying here is the minimal pieces for sure will have to be there. There's additional departments that or units that we may need to continue to think about as we move forward in this process. But we know the core functions, at least, of the Director of Budget and Management, so we should start making that transition.
Any other comments or questions? I think my only thing is I really would like the 11:17 printout with the colors and the font I can read. Maybe at our next meeting, would that be okay? All right, great. Okay.
Okay,
let's keep going.
We're gonna finish up here with legislative analyst. And Member Phelps is gonna lead us through that.
Now it says, Director of Budget and Management here. Yeah, we'll fix that.
Oh, sorry.
but we are talking about the county legislative analyst.
Oh, I see.
I just, yeah.
It's just a type on the.
Which shall serve as an independent, nonpartisan officer of the Board of Supervisors, providing objective policy, fiscal, operational, and legislative analysis to support the board's legislative, budgetary, and oversight responsibilities. Sorry, I'm reading. I have a comment about that after I'm done reading it. The CLA shall serve both as an institutional resource to the Board of Supervisors and as an advisor to individual board members upon request. The CLA shall also provide policy and fiscal advice to individual board members upon request, prepare analyses of proposed ballot measures, voter initiatives, and other measures referred to the voters that have fiscal, operational, or policy implications for the county, and perform other analytical functions assigned by the board consistent with its legislative and oversight responsibilities. Recommendation 2. The Board of Supervisors shall establish and fund an administratively independent county legislative analyst office as part of the fiscal year 2027-28 budget, providing the staffing, resources, and expertise necessary to support the Board of Supervisors and the legislative process. Funding shall support the phased recruitment of expertise in budget and fiscal analysis, public policy, legislative analysis, and program evaluation, enabling the office to become operational upon the installation of the inaugural county executive in 2028. And I will stop there for questions and feedback.
Member Sure?
Cost.
We have not gone to cost yet. Certainly in the discussion in the board expansion committee, Deborah Tim said, do you want to clarify that, or is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Yeah, I think we should have an estimate. I appreciated the previous presentation where there was the FTE breakdown of the comparables, and then, you know, you could do some rough math, so at least we know how many zeros we're talking. That is important information because everything, again, I won't give the same speech over and over again about the limited revenue frontier, but that's what we're talking about. This recommendation has the word shall. It talks about everything that should happen. It doesn't bring in any of those considerations. We're putting that all on the supervisors to do that, which by the way is their job. But as I have now heard, our recommendations carry a lot of weight. They can provide, frankly, top cover to rob Peter to pay Paul. And I just think we need to be really careful about that. A lot of these recommendations are coming out in $5 and $10 and $20 million increments, and that's starting to be real money. Thank you.
I believe we're going to be incorporating what the presentation that we heard earlier and taking into consideration the staff considerations. I'm not pointing at you.
I know. You're pointing through me.
Yes. I'm not pointing at you, I'm pointing through you. We had the comparison up there at the other CLA offices, so I believe we're going to take that information back to the board expansion committee when we discuss the CLA's position. And certainly, I think what we should be providing a recommendation of some kind. I think the specificity to which we'll discuss in committee.
Thank you for that. And a reminder of our earlier presentation being brought into the ad hoc committee to flesh this out. So I'm glad we're talking it through. Member Fazana and then Member Sadwani.
Just again, establishing the budget for 27-28 is important, but also securing the budget beyond 2028, I think is what we really need to look at as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Member Sadwani.
Yeah, I am noting this down. So I guess the ask of the subcommittee is whether or not we can, you all can come up with that expected number of FTEs ballpark. If that's going to happen for the September 9th recommendations. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No. Then my ask also is transition for what, like what exactly do we want this CLA to be doing in this next year? We've talked at length about the importance of developing this sooner rather than later. Unlike the budget director, these functions exist in a disparate sort of way throughout the county. There's a long road for this CLA to develop. So what is it that we expect to be developed in 2027, 2028? Is it purely administrative? Or are there policy areas that we would like to see developed initially, right? In that first year, are there focus areas, public health, mental health, criminal justice of some sort or nature, Parks and Rec? I guess what is the goal in year 1 versus year 2 for these monies? Or if it's purely administrative, what do we believe that work should look like? And then I think I've mentioned this before. My understanding was that these dates were meant to be updated to 2026, 2027. That the goal was to get funding started initially in the supplemental budget this fall, so that minimally the outside consultant could be hired and some of that process could begin.
I think we should clarify, recommendation number 2 on slide 29, that this is intended to be a transitional budget in 27 and 28, not a full budget. And then 26, 27, we did talk about 26, 27, but it was an even smaller allocation.
Sure. Yes, that's right. But something to get the ball rolling.
Correct.
Sooner rather than later.
Yes, but if we could just specify on slide 29 that this is intended to be a transitional budget.
So I think what I'm hearing from several folks here is to specify sort of a timeline of 2026, 27 ballpark estimate, I think for ethics, if I recall correctly, and someone can please check me on it. I believe we had done a request for $7 million to get the ethics commission started.
That's correct.
With a higher, with an acknowledgement that the full cost would be closer to 15 to 18 million. What is it? What is the request for supplemental budget in September to get this thing started? What is that for? Is it for a consultant or staffing or report? I'm not sure. And then 2027, 2028. How much do we anticipate that going up? And I think to Derek's point from before, are we talking about specific FTEs that are going to be hired? If so, what kind? And if there are policy areas in the 2027, 20 fiscal year that should be prioritized. And I think to John's point, what comes after that in 2028?
Following up on that, what is there to prevent the executive from setting their own parallel structure that does those same things? Which is all the more reason why they might knock it down to just one person and have their own parallel structure to take on that job. So that's all.
My guess with that has come out of some of their discretionary budget, right? Because if we're not providing that funding specifically for that, they're going to have discretionary funding that they might create that position for. That would be sort of the parallel to that, but they wouldn't have any real authority in the county as I see it, right? They could still do analysis for the executive, but most of the legislation is coming from the board. And so I don't know, is the executive going to present, ideas to the board for, get one of the supervisors to, introduce it as potential legislation, I suppose. Yeah. So my quick question is, not a question, but more just a comment about this. No notes as far as like city concerns. It's all internal stuff, which is fine and, part of Measure G. But I think we should be looking at too, like the initial creation of this office is only gonna have to serve 5 supervisors. But in 2032-ish, then now 9, right? So there should be sort of, look at what are the resources you need for 5 versus what are you gonna need for the 9, right? And so there's a gradual build to that bigger number.
I think that's absolutely right. And an acknowledgement of the vast array of policy arenas that the county covers, right? I mean, when we were looking at the state's legislative analyst office, you saw all the various units that they have because the state is operating on all of those policy fields. Similarly, the county, I mean, everything from, arts and recreation to foster care to sheriffs to health and mental health. I mean, homelessness, there's so much that the county does. We need a sense of where to start. But I think to your point, yes, absolutely, that this is going to be a gradual scaling up over time. Member Sher?
Yeah, if we can't come up with an approximate number or the FTE thing, maybe we could just put a nod in acknowledging that there's constraints on the county budget. And that one of the things that everybody's using to quiet me down in here is we're going to try to rob these positions from other areas in the county where we already do those jobs. Not take it from jobs, but people that are already doing this job in somewhere else will consolidate them in this department. I think we ought to write that in the report, because if that's actually part of our recommendation, we're discussing it here in repetition, it ought to be a part of our piece to go forward. While I was sitting in this meeting, I just received a notice from Los Angeles County that's they're obligated to under state statute that my bargaining now deputy sheriffs, just deputies, rank and file, has dropped 20% in staffing. And so they're obligated to meet with us. So, there's a real situation going on in the county. David could probably speak to it, all that. And so I just want to keep highlighting that. I'll kind of let it go if we get to a point where we're going to have boilerplate that goes into these recommendations is, yeah, we're recommending a $5 or $10 million program, which I support the benefit to it. I hear that. But we need to be sure that we're providing the environment into which this recommendation is going.
Thank you. And I hear that can show up in multiple places as we keep having these.
I think we created 3 new enterprises just in the last month.
All right, looking and seeing no other placards are up. I just
We didn't do slide 30, number 3, right? Slide 30.
Right, so I think let's go to slide 30.
I'll take it.
Okay, go ahead. Member Phelps.
Is it? Your lucky number. Is it? I'll take it from now. Go ahead. I didn't know it was mine. Go ahead. It's all your, wasn't informed.
Recommendation 3 of the county legislative analyst as presented and discussed in the county elected subcommittee. The Board of Supervisors shall direct the Department of Human Resources to procure an executive search firm in early 2027 to conduct a national search for the inaugural county legislative analyst and other key senior leadership positions in the future office of the county legislative analyst. A little bit of a Roman sentence. Establishing a new independent office capable of supporting the board beginning in 2028 will require a significant ramp-up period. The recruitment process for senior leadership positions shall be coordinated so that once appointed by the Board of Supervisors, the county legislative analyst has the opportunity to participate in the selection of the office's senior leadership team. Appointment of the legislative analyst and recruitment of senior staff in 2027 shall provide sufficient time to establish office operations, recruit additional personnel, develop analytical and operational capacity, and prepare the office to effectively support the board once the elected county executive is installed in 2028. That is the end of that recommendation. So we should pause there and discuss that before we go into next steps.
Sure. Any discussions, comments, questions? I think I get, oh, Member Horonis, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick point of clarity for me. In theory, the Board of Supervisors shall direct Department of Human Resources. Where does that budget come from to do that? Like hiring another firm that's external, like who supports that exactly? Is that like the EOs or?
For me, that's why I said we need to make sure that we're talking about the 2026, 27 budget.
That makes
So that if the request is for a supplemental budget, in order to be able to cover that kind of a cost. But if we wait till 2027, 28, it potentially could, depending on how interpreted, could be waiting more.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think given, again, the diversity of LA County, having an executive search firm that is familiar with the needs of that diversity would be really appreciated. So if there's a way we can include that in the selection as well. All right, I think we're on to slide 33.
Next steps. We did it. We got to the end here. Thank you for all of this constructive feedback. I know I was taking notes. I saw Kelly writing vigorously, as well as many of the members here. This is meant to be a first draft. So we knew that going into it, that the whole point was to get your feedback. So we'll continue to take this back to the ad hoc and try to refine it. This is not the end of this process by any means. We know, of course, this evening we have a public input session. We anticipate additional feedback from community members as well as from the task force. The idea is that we'll have a final draft for consideration by August 28th. That we'll take another look at all of this before we get to voting on something September 9th. So based on all the notes I took, we have a lot of work cut out for this. But the good news is we have a structure that's in place. I think there's refinement, there's adding more detail, there's some additional research to be done, but I think we're moving in the right direction. I hope you all feel the same way.
Chair Pro Tem, so I wanted to speak to for a moment something that Member Rodarte mentioned about the level of staff that we may need in the transition period. I hear the point made. My thought about it though is we're going to need training time for the staff to be ready for when the CLA comes in. So is it really about ramping up the staff, or is it hiring the staff that we need and then taking that time to train them properly? That's a question I have when I read this last recommendation, because we're talking about having the CLA ready in 2028, or having the CLA hired by the board by 2028.
Hires by 2027.
By the end of 27.
Well, this
Yeah,
thing,
summer
everything is new,
2027.
and the independent office capable of supporting the board beginning in 2028 will require a significant ramp up period. And that ramp up period would be in January, or between January 2027, or I'm hoping it's earlier than later. And I don't think that, or the question I'm asking is, should the timeline be mutual? Should the timeline for the transition period for the CLA be mutually exclusive from anything regarding the executive implementation? Is there anything that is impacting that timeline that the task force needs to consider, or can we move forward separately in establishing that transition?
I think you can move forward separately. The CLA will report to the Board of Supervisors. So it's not, it's not incumbent upon anything with the county executive per se. To me, the ideal would be to have it up and running so that they're ready to go and service the Board of Supervisors sooner rather than later. So I don't know if others have thoughts on that or see it differently, but I think that those are separate entities in many regards.
Yeah, I think for me, and this came up in the ad hoc, and I'm sort of indifferent, right? Because ultimately it's up to the board to decide how they want to do that, even with our recommendations. But I think because Measure G says that the office is established in 2028, they may be reluctant to give. I understand why we're saying early, but they may be reluctant, or the CEO might be reluctant, right? To say, I don't have the money for this right now, or for like a larger staff, right? And so there may be pushback on that to say, well, we hear you, but we're going to do it in 28 instead, or whatever, or 27, 28 budget. Because the measure doesn't give a specific date in 28, it just says in 28, right? So it could be December 1st, 2028. And so I just don't know. I don't have any objections to the recommendation. I just don't know how the board is going to take that, because we're looking at, early funding essentially for a position that doesn't legally exist until 28. That's my only kind of thoughts on that.
Is there a,
We clarify that. I thought it was, I didn't know it was 28 on the CLA. I thought it was 28 for the county executive taking office. That it says 2028 for the CLA.
Look that one up. I'll have on my.
I think we're gonna take a moment to look that up. And I think I'd like to know as well, because I think I've been, or for me, having a CLA earlier, just so that we also start to see, I feel like as external community, what it looks like for there to be a separation, even prior to 2028. So we get into the habit and culture of those two separate branches, to be as part of transition.
This is
So
by 2028, right?
so it just has to be by 20.
Is it
By 2028?
Yeah.
before 2028?
No,
By.
Right, so that's what I'm saying.
No
So,
later than.
yeah.
I think if we also begin with a smaller budget, that's just to get it started, I think it starts to create the culture of having a CLA, which I think also helps with communication and transparency out to public. So that I think is something that could be really useful. I'm gonna go to Member Horonas and then Member Fazana, and then and then,
David had something. I did steal it from him.
yeah, do you want to go for it, David?
Please.
Members, I just to add some perspective is, and you've already spoken to this, is you're creating bandwidth where functions in the CEO right now will have to unwind in this transition. And so giving it opportunity to transition and identify those resources, positions, and functions that will have to come over to the board, instead of necessarily waiting until the executive takes office for that function to come apart. By starting that transition early, it allows that meaningful transition to occur to essentially practice in advance of serving an even larger board, identifying what additional resources you need. So there is, from my perspective, benefit to backing that process sooner than necessarily the end of 2028.
And exactly coming off of that. There were two things just acknowledging within this, like, I think staff is like a loose definition. It could literally be the CLA and like an assistant or like a publicist. Like it literally doesn't matter according to how Measure G is written right now. So, but I do think there's strength in that too. Like exactly to David's point, I really want to underscore the fact that we have, not we, but we have the ability to make a recommendation that gives like waves of hiring and waves of opportunity for, people in LA County actually know what this is, to apply for jobs, people of diverse backgrounds to then be in the right positions, like title changes, like different divisions being sprouted up. So I think something I would just ask of the ad hoc is to consider that, like, what is the waves of hiring? And I mean, I think about when you're doing executive hiring for like a new division at a company, usually you hire all your VPs and your CEO, right? And then all those folks are kind of deciding like, okay, we need this department now, we need this department. And I kind of think it should be no different in some cases, but that once again will be up to board supervisors for that.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Member Fazana and then Member Phelps.
I'm just going to say, at least, certainly as we get into next year, there will be a few supervisors continuing or serving beyond 2028. I would think in their self-interest, if they're not seeking the county executive position, that they would want a functional and enduring the CLA.
Member Phelps?
So if I'm hearing the conversation correctly, do we want a recommendation for the supplemental 26-27 budget for the CLA by September 9th?
Yes.
Well, not that the budget is, but for the September 9th recommendations, yes. So that
As
the
part
board,
of the September 9th recommendations, do we want a recommendation for fiscal year 26-27 for the CLA?
I think so.
And do we want the same for 27-28?
I would imagine a larger budget by 2027, 28. So that there can be a ramping up.
Does that need to happen?
Does that need to happen by September 9th?
I would include it in the
That's
September 9th.
You would? Okay. I'm not as confident about the second one as I am about the first, depending on how our ad hoc attack approaches it. Because we're still doing that kind of handoff to the committee on the seals.
And would you like to do it in, you said on both. Would you prefer if we finish this off as of the September 9th recommendations and then do that handoff? You can think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleep on it, get back to us by Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah, Tuesday.
But that was gonna be my question. My question was like, what are the deliverables that you want on the CLA for September 9th? And I think it's inferred that we want the 26-27 budget supplement, which is the first wave, and then the second would be the full 27-28 budget year. And then down the road, beyond that, speaking to, I believe it was member Share or member Fasana that talked about securing the CLA budget beyond 2028. I believe it was member Fasana.
I think the way we write that recommendation is simply instructing the CEO to start with that supplemental allocation in 2026, but then to be planning for that budget for 2027, right? If the supervisors approve of that recommendation, then the CEO would have the instruction that as they're preparing the 2027, 2028 fiscal year budget, they would know that they have to find those funds within the budget before they put that forward. I'm pretty sure that's how we wrote the ethics recommendation as well for a supplemental startup budget, but with the expectation that there would be that ramping up over time. So I think it can be done, and I think it's just how we write that recommendation.
So we have, speaking to that point, we have 2 board expansion committees between now and September 9th. We have September 2nd.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry.
The ones from typical task force or.
yeah, the goal is to have the
Yes, I understand.
recommendations ready by August 28th.
We have, it's just September 2nd? Is that the only meeting we have between now and?
The second, the 16th.
We may want to consider, do you want to consider?
We may
that?
want to consider adding another special ad hoc for board expansion if we want to do, if we want to get both years ready.
I think just for,
I think the consultants could write it up.
The question is, hi, Kelly Bernard. The question is, are you looking for specific dollar amounts by September 9th? Or my question, or just when the budget cycle is, do the recommendations?
I think we're looking for basic recommendations on FTE for fiscal for 26-27 and 27-28.
Again, this is going back to member share.
Yeah, I'm looking at member share too.
Yeah.
Money matters.
Yeah, it does.
So we want FTE and approximate budget informing on the numbers that were just presented to us from everyone.
I know Shadi is not here today, but
Yeah.
she and Kelly Johnson had helped us with the Ethics Commission recommendation. Taking a look at what's we kind of worked backwards for that. Let me just share how we did that, right? We worked backwards. We had looked at, similar to what Professor Krebs presented today,
Right.
we had looked at the staffing levels at other ethics commissions and other places. We attempted to try and think through the scale of the work that would be required in Los Angeles County. Is it more akin to the FPPC or to a smaller city or to a larger city, larger jurisdiction? We came up with a rough estimate of the FTEs. And from there, we had received an FTE formula to try and cost out those numbers. At the end of the day, I think the CEO's perspective was they probably could have done some of that for us, and certainly would have done it better than we did because that is not our expertise. So perhaps it's something about writing it in such a way. If we have a ballpark figure in terms of the transition time, right? We've already laid out that the step one is hiring some sort of the executive recruiter and perhaps some sort of consulting team to help establish the CLA. We can cost out how much we anticipate that to be if we think, I mean, some of the figures we were seeing today were staffs of around 50 to 60 people. If we wanted to say in the 2027 year, I'm just giving a rough estimate, 20 people. We could ask for the instruction could be for the CEO to help us, cost out that funding and have it be available for the 2027 budget.
I just have a question because
Or you all tell me if that's not possible.
Yeah, I know that there were a couple other referenced CLAs and not sure when they were created and if they had ramp up, but I think it allows for us to follow a model of what ramp up could look like and how many we should start with and go from there. But I like the idea of writing something that allows for us to ask now and very concretely with an expectation of scale into implemented transition.
Yeah, that's kind of how I understood the initial recommendations, right? We're basically an ask for the CEO to go off and tell us what you think would be the best fit for this. And then we could concur or we could say, nah, let's do this instead, right? I mean, I think that's why these are supposed to be high level, not too much detail. So because we have a short timeline on them, right? They're more like ask for additional information, but like official asks for more information. That's how I see it.
If I may, I think that for the elected executive, that is true, right? That was the high level piece. But for the CLA, my understanding from the get-go was that we were wanted to be a little bit more precise because of, as we already discussed, that need for the ramp up. Santos is not here, but I know he's talked in the past, and David, you spoke to this earlier, that for the case of the Director of Budget Management, those functions already all exist. They are doing that work. That's going to be a relatively easy transition in comparison to the creation of the CLA. So my sense for the CLA is, unlike the other recommendations on the elected executive that are definitely more high level, kind of putting in motion many things, asking for additional information. Here, I do think we want to be a little bit more prescriptive about that ramp up stage to make sure it actually gets going. We don't have to have all of those details at this point in time, but it could also just simply be the hiring of an executive recruiting firm, bringing in someone with the kind of experience to go through the county and better understand. If we are able to hire someone who has served as a legislative analyst somewhere before, they might be able to come in and say, actually, we don't need 20 people, we need 60 people, or whatever that case may be. Here are the ways in which I, as the leader of this department, want to structure this department. So I think it's just a startup piece at this point in time, making sure the budget is there. So when that legislative analyst is hired, they would have that flexibility to begin hiring and continue that ramp up over time. But tell me if I'm wrong in that. I mean, so many of you have been a part of, I know the county has started new departments before. You all tell me. I'm just a dumb professor. I don't run anything.
So I'll work with Mr. Summers to arrange an additional ad hoc for board expansion with the intent to have a presentation regarding the budget considerations for years 1 and 2 of the CLA ramp up.
It won't be here on the 28th, but I'll vote aye now if that helps. I mean, I trust that you guys are gonna figure it out, right? Whatever is gonna be acceptable by us. Like, to me, these positions don't have huge impacts external to the county, right? I mean, at least outside of the budget.
And I think the presentation will, if we're gonna aim for the presentation on the 28th, it'll be on video for you too.
Yeah.
And then we'll make sure we're ready for vote. Good times, everybody. I see no other placards up. Member Steele, I also don't see your hand raised. But thank you so much for being here. Looking at what's happening in the room, I think we're ready to go to public comment. Is that correct? Let's do this. Let's go to public comment. Thank you so much.
I think county council has one comment.
Sorry, back to county council.
Stereo.
Yeah, no, on the ad hocs, we were just thinking that if the goal is to create another ad hoc, it just needs to be agendized. The scope of the.
I think
deadline.
that's sending it to
goal.
they're sending it to the elected, I mean, to the expansion. Board expansion.
Right, and I think, yeah, so for purposes of just formality, so that we can be clear to the audience, the board expansion ad hoc will do a presentation about the CLA at the next special meeting, which is the August 28th meeting. And so we're not creating a new ad hoc, but because of the impact of the CLA on the board and the board expansion, it makes sense to add that to the expansion ad hoc committee. So that is how we'll agendize it, maybe when we go forward. And so.
Madam Chair, the 28th, the board expansion committee, I mean, we'll have to schedule it earlier that week for that to work. So, it'll have to be at least Wednesday. I mean,
It'll have to be on Monday or Tuesday.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. And I know that's because we do have a meeting on the 26th as well, but we are doing all of our bigger county executive things on the 28th. So we'll repeat all the meeting dates at the end of this meeting, but let's go to public comment before we do that.
In-person attendees wanting to speak on this item, please complete the speaker form from the energy staff. Virtual attendees wanting to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature on your computer or press star 3 on your phone. Virtual speakers will be called by name or the 6 prefix number. Staff will unmute you and you may need to press star 6 to speak or follow the instructions from the service provider. Excuse me. After you have spoken, please lower your hand or press star 3. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Excuse me, 2 minutes to speak on this item. I'm so sorry. We have no in-person speakers and no virtual speakers. There's the floor short. All day and then they start talking.
Talking budget.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. I am going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting, before we adjourn, I'd like to remind everyone that the GRTF's meeting will be held today, August 21, 2026 at 5 p.m. at the Hall of Administration in rooms 140A and B. This meeting will be held in person only and will not include a virtual participation. So that's our special meeting today following this meeting at 5 o'clock in the HOA rooms 140A and B. You can learn more about that meeting at measureG.lacounty.gov. And then just so that everyone knows, we have a general GRTF meeting on August 26, 2026 at 5 p.m. That's next to Wednesday at the Lundquist Institute, 1124 Carson Street, Torrance, California, 90502. And then next Friday, we're going to be here back at the HOA for a special meeting, continuation of this one, August 28th at 9 a.m. So that's the next few meetings that we have. So that's 3 different meetings, one today at 5. One on Wednesday at 5 in Torrance, and one on Friday at 9 a.m. here at the HOA. On that note, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn us. It's 4:17. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
All right, everybody have a good one.
Bye, Derek.
Thank you. I'll see y'all next week.
Oh, this is good. I'll second it.
It's just public engagement.